we live? Thank you, a black screen. Okay, I got hit with an ad. Everything in order. Okay. Hello and welcome back to Stratosphere 118. I'm your host, Hugh99, and today are 52 players. I mean 51. Was it 52 or 51? Some number above 50 players are going to be battling it out in this Super Silver tournament. We love Tetria World Championship qualifiers. Currently the players are apparently talking about revolting. I don't know about you, but I do not condone mutinying. Okay. Speaking of the players, our first match of the day is going to be Sadalea versus Anzu. C34 and 31. Lowish, low mid, lowish X rank. And now I'm realizing that I forgot to freaking ping stream updates. Great. Quick intermission. Coffee text. Paste text. A smidge of editing. Ask for warm-up. These two players are currently inviting Q777 in the revolution. Q777, if you're listening to this, please do not join the revolution. And we're off into warm-up. Just take this time to check everything's working. Hello, it's starting right now. Look, it's right now on stream. Okay. This is a TWC minor, silver, if you will. Which means I have to show professionalism. Wow. I'm gonna use this moment of calm before everything to complain about how I'm not very professional. Yep. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't think I'm in the right mindset for this. But it's okay. Anzu takes the warm-up. And the first match of today will be starting in 3, 2, 1, 0, negative. Okay. To start things off, we have TKI from both players. PC? Anyone? And both players starting off with their initial surge here. Sadalea breaks, not sure if that's completely intentional. Onzu with the surge counter. Going to cheese up Sadalea slightly. No, it's still pretty chill, pretty neutral. Onzu does get a bit cheesed from Sadalea's surge earlier, and Onzu builds up to surge back despite having garbage. Seems to pay out for him. And they weren't really pressured at the top there. Oh, with that misdrop. Onzu does manage to skim out just in time. The TSS save. Oh, but not the right cue for any sort of survival there. Unfortunate. Oh, and misdrop in the opener. Sadalea in a rough position. Onzu straight up over the stack over that hole. Sensing the danger Sadalea is in. Sadalea forced to skim eye. Onzu takes advantage. 1-1. Sadalea with a bit of a tank. The mishold is going to hold him back a little. Ooh, that T-spin misdrop. Oh, that's rough. Onzu is definitely a player to go fast in the opener. I mean, I get it. I'm exactly the same. Onzu with a nice spike with the surge. Sadalea this time is in a perfectly nice position to tank it. Onzu being pushed up high, kind of greeting for that surge there, but does seem to pay off for them. They do manage to go all the way back down, but this does just feed Sadalea clean. Oh, look at that board state. Sadalea with times 10 back-to-back. Onzu does have a surge of his own, but does keep it, doesn't need it to defend. And now Sadalea with the surge disadvantage. Oh, the eye misdrop. No, yeah, that was... might be possible, but exceedingly hard. 1-3. Onzu with the better initial surge. Going to push Sadalea up somewhat. Sadalea finds that well as Onzu continues building up another quick surge. Oh, the down sack from Sadalea is going to cheese up Onzu a bunch. And Sadalea has a pretty decent board state. Nice dono. Onzu barely able to make it to the well, but no IPs. The eye being forced to use in the down stack. Unfortunate. Ooh, is that fairy cannon? Big fan versus stick spin. Also big fan. Ooh, Onzu, that misdrop. Finds a nice skim for it. Oh, that piece over the well. Onzu is going to barely gonna be able to make it out of that one. Nice survival. Satellite with a bit of a S-spin there. Ooh, Onzu really putting on that speed and pressure while Satellite is cheese. Yeah. Oh look, it's just me on comms again. Even though I'm actually on the front page of Tetria. Professional. Oh, Spike. Oh, that misdrop. This is livable. Onzu looking up to build another surge. Unfortunately, it's just off to skim down to the wall. Onzu with a bit of an interesting build there. I don't think that was worth it. Certainly a T-spin triple of all time. Out comes the stick spin. Satellite kind of taking a bit long in this. You get to the clean, and very clean it is. Onzu is currently experiencing lag. Oh god. Oh god! Well, that happened. Onzu ascending. Satellite is currently on the more defensive angle. Looking kind of rough here. Not good pieces. Onzu on match point. Satellite, what I presume is a misdropped PCO. Going to be in a kind of awkward position. Onzu takes the time to build another surge. I think Satellite is just gonna be able to down stack through this one though. You notice that Onzu likes to keep their well basically clean, and that's just how they play. Satellite canceling that down stack cheese. Satellite tanking there. They do have some lines of cheese to get through beforehand though. Nice skim. I don't know. This is an awkward position. That O piece. Forced to skim I and cannot skim anything else because of that little hole. Onzu is going to take the set 7-3. Hello, Botchas. There is a loser's bracket in which many people do in fact lay, including Botchas. Botchas, why are you in the loser's bracket? You know what? I'm not gonna ask. Oh, Snowman. Do we have another match? like we do in fact have a match coming in. Oh. It smells a little bit on one-sided, but next up we have Gigawatt Gaming, also known as Never Say GG, versus Potato 2017. Let me throw that on screen for you. Potentially have another commentator coming on soon. For real, for real. Apparently, Potato needs a minute. Oh wait, oh wait. Just checking if all my ducks are in order. Yay. Probably not this for oh, I have the chance. Hello, hello.
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 All right. Can stream hear me?
Hold on, say something again.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, stream can hear you.
I just heard myself on the stream. I have it open. So for coming in to Stratosphere with the warm up with Never Says GG versus Potato 2017. Potato starting with LST. Never Says GG. Start with the C-spin. Taking an early warm-up win.
Sheesh.
What a crazy start. Getting started on the real match. Potato with mirror SDPC has the 4 surge.
Oh,
It
that
takes it. Ooh.
Oh, nice survival.
GG with a huge 23 spike, taking the first point. Potato couldn't find anything to defend it with, and Never Says GG takes the early lead. Never Says GG back with his C-spin with the perfect well, only if he had the eyepiece, but finds the double TSD into the Tetris, taking the second point with a dominating start. Wow. Goes back to it, but misdrops the O, has to find an alternate, finds a TSD, skims a little bit. With a perfect garbage, Potato denies it, but builds up a 5 back-to-back surge, breaks it, sending the 19 spike. Never Says GG takes it, sending back a S-spin.
Oh. Potato with an interesting board save, but that is too greedy. The surge does save his butt though.
Wow.
And Giga's board state is really good. Yeah, she's just gonna outright kill there. 3-0.
Okay, I'm just pulling up the bracket.
Out comes the C-spin. Potato's ready for it this time. Both players are looking for that surge. Potato forced a break there. You go what? Somewhat cheese. Does she even need it though? Potato is gonna live.
Both players at the middle of the board, playing with a reasonable speed. Potato getting the all spins in, finds a nice 7 combo to skim some of the garbage, but now has a clean well. Trying to find the piece to get to it, gets to it with the TSD into a Tetris, into the 5 surge. At 7, breaks it for the 13 spike. Never Says GG, says no.
Oh, this match is getting a bit more volatile now. Never Says GG forced to break as Potato is on that down stack, trying to get to the well before all of this clean comes barreling right back at him. And it's cheesy again. Oh my god.
Both players just sending constant cheese, not giving them anything to work with. Potato is finding all the TSDs and the spins, building the 4 surge. It breaks it at 4 with the Z spin.
Giga with a somewhat funky upstack, but it works out in her favor. Kinda pushing it there, but she's fine. She's fine.
Potato building the surge again at 7, 8, 9, 10. Building a huge surge right now at 12.
Nice convert.
Breaks it at 18.
Potato was forced into that break. Oh, but the counter spike. Down stack.
Wow, both players defending their surges very well, playing in a very even game.
In fact, there's pretty margin time now. Oh my god.
It's been a very even match going into margin time. Both players at just above 3 pieces per second with the same attack, making it very even. and being very long. Potato getting to the well. Sets up a fractal for a nice 15 spike 5 combo.
Oh.
Never says GG was in some trouble and can't find a way out. Potato is on the board. That was a very long round, but it was very even. Both players playing very well. Potato setting up the SD spin. Setting up some cheese for Never Says GG.
Oh. The smells are really nice from Giga. Never Say G is putting on that pressure right now.
Huge pressure, breaks it at 9 to send a 21 spike, but Potato takes it. Almost close. Almost got out of it, but couldn't do anything about it. Never Says GG takes the 4th point with a crazy lead right now.
Definitely relying on that speed gap. Potato's boards a bit.
26 combo, 20 spike. Potato doesn't have anything to counter it with. Never Says GG is breaking away and taking the lead. Only 2 points to move on. There says GG building up a crazy LST into the 10 surge. Potato is in some trouble, but survives from the surge. Has a well to get through, gets to it, but almost comes out clean. Now he's gonna have to absorb a 10 well. Sorry, 10 surge coming in.
Yeah. Never Say G definitely in the surge advantage now since Potato was forced to down stack through all of that. And it's not over.
Potato survives! Potato's surviving from the massive 31 spike for a 10 surge from Never Says GG. But Never Says GG can't keep the pressure going. Potato is finding momentum to come back and take the point. Finds the color clear. Gets the Tetris. Is now back at the bottom of the board. Potato is building up their surge now to hopefully send pressure. Breaks it at 8.
Oh, that forced break. It doesn't really have the room to take advantage here though afterwards. I don't know, it's a lot of cheese.
Potato couldn't maintain the defense, and Never Says GG kept on keeping the pressure and takes the point. They are now on match point. Wow. Never Says GG is sending a lot of pressure into the second PC from the C-spin. Potato's at the top of their board.
Now, if this doesn't prove that PC looping is underpowered, then I don't know what does.
Man, if this was Season 1 rules, that PC looping would have been lethal.
Yeah.
Potato at the middle of their board. Never Says GG with the 23 spike from the 9 surge. Doesn't kill. Never Says GG has a well in favor with the 6 combo for the 21 spike, but Potato takes it and finds their well.
Oh, that is a
Building
really
the
nice
attack
one.
for its 17 spike with the 4 surge.
Potato now
Wow.
taking advantage. That speed up is real.
Never says GG absorbs the surge. Potato's gonna have to find something to stay in the game. It's at the top of the board. Potato finds the right amount of pressure to take the point and top out. Never says GG. It is now 6-2. Potato tries to go for PCO, but it is denied. Never says GG, finding the center T-spin well. Potato with a lot of clean garbage. Never says GG has some cheese to burn through. Finds the Tetris.
Oh, the counters
with the crazy well. Finding some all spins. Breaks it at 7. Potato with the Tetris. Never says GG is skimming. Potato at the middle of their board now. Finds the 5 combo for the 13 spike. Doesn't do much damage. Never says GG had a 4 surge but breaks it. Couldn't maintain it. Potato with a beautiful T-spin double.
Never CG definitely has the surge advantage here. Looking for the kill with that cheesy down stack spike.
Wow, Never Says GG takes the win with that surge kill. Sending too much pressure. Winning the game 7-2.
Hold on, this is being funky. There we go. We have our next match.
That was a great match, showing this right amount of skill and power from both players. From being different seeds, but still having the right amount of attack and pressure. Even though piece per second does not matter, it can still be a huge factor in this game.
The speed gap is real.
Well, like halfway through the game, it was like roughly pretty even, just hovering over 3 pieces per second at about 160 APM. So it's still getting very fast and very powerful. But Never Says GG was just able to keep up the pressure with the back-to-back surge.
That we do have our next match. It's gonna be Amber Doodle versus Keshi, otherwise known as, if this thing would load, Sleepy Bunny. nice touch on here. Oh my god, the chat jump scare. Amber Doodle jump scare. Wait, hold on. I need to whip out my Amber Doodle copy pasta real quick.
Amber doesn't want to see it.
Let me just post it in chat. I'm sorry.
As a copy pasta is now in chat. Our next match will be Sleepy Bunny.
Chat, how do I
versus
delete a
Amber
message?
Doodle. I don't know if you can. I haven't been able to.
I can't believe I missed. And that is why you exercise critical thinking skills before making rash decisions.
Screenshotting.
I'm just waiting for a certain cashier to rejoin the room.
As we wait for Keshi to rejoin, as you take a look at our opponent's stats, Sleepy Bunny with a solid 3 pieces per second at 155 attack per minute. That can be something that can prove to be very powerful only at seed 11. But Amber at seed 6 with 3.33 pieces per second at 169 APM. Nice. Can prove to be very powerful, especially making it to the TWC Championship in 2023 as a top 32 contender. And just a reminder, this is a silver qualifier.
A super silver qualifier, in fact, as there are more than 48 players.
With more than 48 players, if you reach above 30, spot number 32, you can receive more than 2 points.
Oh my god, 2 points.
A solid 2 points can be better than nothing. Those points can rack up and possibly be invited to the main circuit stage, or the main group stage, sorry. But if you do win this tournament, it will be an extra 80 points to add to your total. So this is something that can be strong and important for our players. As this tournament has 51 participants for the first minor of TWC 2025.
Where's Kaji? She is what? 3 minutes left?
3 minutes till DQ?
Yeah. I don't know. Does that count though? Because she was here like 2 seconds ago.
Try pinging again.
Thank you, Gladon, for the numerous bits. I hope being blocked by Amber was worth it. Both commentators asking for warm-up at the same time. Truly a moment.
And stream host, force of habit.
Real.
As we get into warm-up, Amber Noodle starting with TKI, but misdrops the O, goes into 9-0 stack, transitions into a nice well, starting with a solid 3.2 pieces per second, as Keshi is misdrops, can't find the right pieces.
Oh my god, that's
but
so
finds
much.
a nice down stack. Had a bit of a messy board, but cleans it up nicely.
I am not liking Amber's
With a
prospects here.
6 combo 18 spike, Amberdoodle's in a bit of trouble here.
I am really not liking Amber's.
Finds a, oh no! Almost found a way to get out of it, but misdrops the T-piece. Keshi takes the warm-up.
Good luck, have fun.
Getting into the main match. Amber couldn't take the warm-up. Starts with SDPC, but it's actually SD spin.
Oh.
Transitions into a 6er.
Keshi! The greedy stack into the Z misdrop. That is an unfortunate way to go out, but it's only the first point. It's fine, it's fine.
Only the first point, but it's a bit too greedy, costing them the round. Amberdoodle starting with TKI's LST. Sleepy Bunny does the same but pulls it off. Amberdoodle at the middle of their board, trying to get to the well. They get to it. At the top with a bit of trouble, as Sleepy Bunny builds the 9 surge, sending it. Amber doesn't have anything to take care of it, and Keshi finds their point, tying the game. Amber going back to SD spin. Sleepy Bunny finding a middle TSD, but doesn't have the right piece to keep it back to back. And couldn't do anything about it. Amber takes back the lead.
He didn't have an opener follow-up. Sorry.
Amber sticking back to the old bread and butter, the SD spin, into a beautiful 9-0 stack, keeping the surge into a 9. That's 10. Possibly sends it.
Waiting.
Thinking about it. Was holding for it. Uses the
tank.
Surge to kill the garbage.
That's fine!
But doesn't do enough. Sleepy Bunny ties it back up and keeps the pressure to get the point.
More screen watching needed.
Amber going back to SD spin for the 3rd time. Holding off on it, but finds the 13 spike, but doesn't do much. Amber had an 8 surge, sends it for an 18 spike.
Keshi forced a break. Oh. Amber is forced on more defensive here. And Keshi is ultimately going to use the surge to defend against a counter spike.
Both players sitting at the bottom of the board. Amber is building up the 8 surge. Sleep Bunny is going to find a way to have some cheese to absorb the surge. Finds a way to open up the well with a floater TSD.
Amber didn't go down fast enough.
Pressure for Amber, and Keshi takes the early lead. See Bunny going with C-spin. Amber going with a simple SD spin. Keshi at the 9 surge, sitting in the middle of their board.
Keshi does have an awkward board state, though. She does manage to down sack out of it. Amber at the top? No, we'll be fine. Or not.
Oh, it's very close. Finds a way almost out of it. Could have sent some lines, but misdropped it, but barely scrapes through it with the color clear.
Nice survival. Both player is now in a more favorable board state, as Keshi ultimately breaks when Amber sends, resetting the game to a more neutral position. Keshi does try and she's Amber there. But Amber is perfectly clean in a really nice position, actually. That is gonna mean Keshi has a lot of clean to work with, though.
Keshi had a great TSD setup going. I had to break the back-to-back, but finding the down stack for the 13 spike. Amber finds some wiggle room.
Awkward Elsies.
Keshi coming back with the 6 surge, tries to send it, but Amber takes it and down stacks to almost return the garbage, but cancels it out instead. Keshi building up the fractal, but doesn't find the right pieces, so only sends one TSD, but it's a great 7 combo down stack. Keshi was in a bit of trouble there, but finds the down stack. Had a good combo going, but Amber denies it. Amber now at the 5-6 surge, sends it for a 16 spike. Keshi's at the top of the board, but finds the down stack for the 21 spike, sending Amber back at the top for clean well. Finds the triple Tetris and the TSD with a 15 spike to tie up the game.
The counter spike is real.
With a great counter spike. Amber finding the perfect stack with
Nice
a great board state to get to 8 back-to-back, sends it.
Oh,
Keshi's
that's
in a bit of trouble here at the top. Almost found a way to escape it, but couldn't do it. Amber takes the 4th point and regains the lead. Amber going for C-spin. Big Bunny in a bit of trouble here.
Why is Keshi doing that opener thing? The freaking the no T-spin TSS TST tower. I've seen those in a certain place before. I thought they were memeing. Excuse me, what?
Especially in a TWC qualifier.
I know.
Just casually pulls it out mid-game, but it almost works. But is now at a 13 surge. Amber has to find a way to get into the bottom. Sends a 24 spike to cancel out the surge.
Oh, Keshi misdrops. It's fine.
It's gonna happen.
It's gonna be fine though.
Yeah, finds a way to clear it and get to the bottom of the board with a 24 spike. Amber at the top, returning the donation with a double Tetris. 17 spike. Keshi did not have enough to cancel it out. Amber is slowly pulling away and taking the game. 5-3. Only 2 more to move on. Amber continues with SD spin. Big Bunny finds something. Like, ooh, bit of a scare for Keshi. Keshi having to clean well, but blocks it. Tried to find the TSD to keep the surge, but couldn't do it.
Oh, Keshi, that misdrop is going to put Amber at an advantage. You want to find this.
But finds a way to get back. Amber is slowly stalling, trying to find a way to send an attack.
The Tang.
But takes it instead. Amber at the 4th surge. Both players even it out, but Keshi cancels out theirs. Amber now at 7. Sends it. Doesn't do much for Keshi, but Keshi takes it and returns it with an attack for a 3 combo, but doesn't do much. Amber back at the 5 surge. Has a middle stack going.
Nice skim there, Keshi.
With the 23 spike, sending the surge, and Keshi tanks it, setting up a fractal.
Oh, that is
With the 22 spike, that is a huge attack from Keshi. Amber couldn't have anything to tank it or defend it. And it is now a 1-point game.
Keshi holding on to her material back there. Really nice. A bit of stall gameplay, a bit of tankiness. Oh, Keshi!
Blocked the well.
One
Tries to
BC
find the T-spin.
Waste eye as well. Yeesh.
Amber is now on match point. Keshi set it up an early fractalized. Amber finds that is received with a lot of cheese.
Amber with the cancel in a very scary situation, but Keshi does misdrop. That is going to be enough time for Amber to escape relatively unscathed.
Wow.
Oh, Keshi, the TP's getting caught. Slows her down enough to get out pressured there. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Amber taking the game 7-4. Moving on. It was a great match. It was a very even start. Both players going back to back with the surge build-up and sending the attack, even though there's cheese on the board, still finding a way to downstack for a 6 combo.
We have our next matchup. Top 12, Tiki to TGT and Kuretsu. Just write them in real quick.
Taking a look at the losers bracket right now, and I see CM Dingo about 4 matches ahead in losers round 6, waiting for opponents from losers round 3 and losers round 2 to finish.
I also saw DQ'd Circle, Rip Poison Drought.
No.
Okay, let me throw our next players on screen. And hopefully they will join the room someday soon.
That's happening. That's more.
Hello. Chat. We're not even in top 8 yet. Oh my god, this is a big one.
No, losers bracket is a bit behind.
You know, it's just a smidge behind. Just
yeah,
a smidge.
Our next matchup being a very close Seed 4 versus Seed 5. Tiki 2 TGT at 24,168 TR, having about a 300 TR difference between Kuro to Zo.
I would say Kura is a bit underranked. You know, because Kurozo.
Yeah.
If you know, you know, Chad. If you know, you know.
As I'm over here being a hard stuck S plus. Other than that, Burrow taking a crazy 3.7 PS per second advantage, almost 0.8 ahead of Tiki. So we're going to see a huge speed difference and maybe attack difference too. So this can either be a one-sided match or can be a very even block battle.
Mm-hmm.
And winner of this match will play Blarg for the first round of top 8.
Blarg. Kuro does have like a really low DAS, like what, like 2F or something. Yeah, that's why they can go really fast, because they can somehow handle it. And we have a certain Tiki in the room.
We have Tiki.
Allegedly, this match might have already been played. What?
Wait, what?
I don't know. Let me check something. No, they have already played them.
Oh, wait.
That's crazy. For the sake of your enjoyment, I will not spoil.
Do we have a replay of the match?
We have a screenshot.
Okay.
Ask for warm up. No, they did have a first to 7 warm up already.
So the match already was already played.
Well, good luck, have fun, I guess. Kicking things off here. Growth. Classic blistery speed coming out from them. Tiki employing usual Tiki strats of Bonk and Allspin. And Kuro dies to a freaking eyepiece. Okay.
Oof. So the eyepiece doesn't go your way. Oh, Tiki with some nice spins, getting to 7 surge. Has it ready for the Tetris sends to 9 surge, but has to be ready to defend the 10 surge. But
Doesn't it should force Kuro to break there, resetting the position. What the heck is Kuro doing?
so stalling a little bit to get the spin. Lands it, but is now at the top of the board. Couldn't get the pieces in time, and Tiki takes an early 2-0 lead. Tiki with the TKI. Kurzo finding the STSD into his Tetris, takes it, making T-spin to his 6th surge now, with a perfect 09 well. To 7 surge, 9, 10. Finds an opportunity for a TSD, takes it, 12, 13. Both players having a crazy amount of surge. Who will break it first?
Oh.
Tiki breaks it at 7, sending the 43 spike. And Kuro absorbs it.
Well,
Finds a way to stay alive. Tiki tries to build back, but can't do it. Misdrops
Rip
the O piece. And couldn't get the right pieces in time. Kuro is now on the board. Tiki with a perfect well. With a 15 spike. Has to break their surge as Kuro sends a massive 29 spike. Kuro with sending an attack, but Tiki finds a way to defend it and gets to the bottom of the board.
Tiki with the tank. I'm going to
Kuro trying to find a way to fix the misdrop, gets to it with a perfect well. Sends a massive 24 spike into the fractal with a 31 spike. Sending the second attack, and Tiki tanks it and is at the bottom of their board. Gonna have to find something to respond with, but can't do it. Kuro is sending a lot of pressure right now.
I think Tiki misread that as for Z. He's going to find off.
Finds a way to skim
Maybe.
past it.
Probably.
But almost with the
it's over.
misdrop.
It's over.
Can't have the right pieces in time to tank it. Kuro ties the game at 2. Both players having a mirrored TKI.
Hearing contest.
Stalling a little bit, but sends it now. Kuro leading the surge. Sends it at 4. But Tiki still builds it for the 8th surge.
Goes for the kill.
Takes the opportunity for the kill, and Tiki has a 3-2 lead from that. Kuro with the TKI. Tiki sets up the fractal. Oh! almost sent it, but misdrop. But it works in his favor to keep the surge going. Get to the bottom of their board. But the 7 surge breaks it to defend.
That was
But
an
misdrop.
STSD misdrop. That was an STSD misdrop.
Ooh, Kuro ties the game. Currently doing better than their previous score. Kuro finding the opener for the SD spin. Oh, misdrops. But finds a way to get through it. Has to worry about a 10 surge now. Finds a way to defend it. With the 5 surge to almost cancel it out. But Tiki is building the 17 surge into the 26 spike. And Kuro finds a way to stay alive. Tiki is at the top of their board. Kuro sending too much pressure for Tiki to handle, and Kuro takes the lead. Both players doing TKI. Kuro going into LST. Didn't have the right pieces in time, but gets back to it with the double Tetris. A small spike, but Tiki handles it nicely. With the 22 spike, Tiki tries to send some garbage so he can have some pressure to work with, but doesn't do anything against Kuro. Instead, Kuro responds with a 17 spike, putting Tiki at the middle of their board. But Tiki is now building the 10 surge. Kuro with the 24 spike, and Tiki couldn't find a way to take the garbage and to cancel out their surge to break it. And Kuro is slowly pulling away with a 5-3 score. Kuro with SD spin finds the downstack to the 23 spike. Both players are stalling. Kuro was finding an opportunity to take the kill, but didn't have the right one. Tiki at the bottom of their board. Kuro finding the 7 surge, 8 surge, 9, 10, sends it for a 24, 32 spike. A massive spike to be worried about, but Tiki tanks it nicely, sending the TSC into an all-spin frenzy right there. But Kuro is sending too much pressure. Almost had the opportunity to defend it, but couldn't do it. Kuro is now sitting at match point. Could possibly be an upset from their previous 1-7. Kuro with the SD spin finds a way to land it. Tiki has some garbage to deal with. Cancels it out nicely, but is now going to have to deal with the 10 surge. Tanks it nicely. Had to break their surge in the process. Sends a 25 spike. Not doing too much damage. Tiki has to find a way to get to the well and does it nicely. Sends their 5 surge, not much to work with. But finds the down stack for the 18th spike. Is now building the 09. Sends the TSD. Getting the right amount of garbage to send to Tiki. With building the 9 surge, 10 surge. Tiki finds a way to maintain the equal amount of pressure. With Kuro at 17, 18, sent it at 18 for the 34 spike. Kuro is now at the top of their board, finds the way to downstack and staying alive. Kuro going at a massive 4.2 pieces per second. Kuro building up the center well. Tiki has to deal with the donation. Takes care of it nicely. Builds up a fractal in the process. with the perfect well. Almost didn't have the right pieces in time, but still sends the garbage back to Kuro. Building it nicely. Tiki at its 8 surge now. Has the perfect well with the 28 spike while still keeping the surge. Sends 33 spike. Sends it at 19 for the 30 spike, and Tiki makes it 6-4. Slowly making their way back.
Come back for real.
This could be the comeback for Tiki to make it a 6-7 game. As long as Kuro finds a way to get the SD spin perfect.
Yeah.
Cleared, but Mistros Kuro has some garbage to deal with. Tiki is sending a lot of pressure and takes care of it. Tiki is slowly crawling their way back 5-6. This can possibly be a tiebreaker. Tiki finding it. Whoa! Both players almost having the same idea. But Kuro sends it first, and Tiki tanks it and then sends it back. Found a way to get the right well and absorb it.
Oh, Tiki's what?
Kind of the 23 spike. Ooh. Kuro having a good amount of pressure to get to the bottom of the board, sending the right amount of garbage. Tiki is forced to break their surge to defend it, but also returns at the bottom of the board and ties the game. We have a tied game on our hands, and this is a very close match.
Oh my god.
Kuro had an opportunity to take the win, but couldn't find a way to do it. Tiki with the 10 surge, 11 surge, is now building the pressure, sends it at 12. Doesn't do much for Kuro as they tank it and defend it nicely, but it's now going to have to deal with some cheese. Finds a way to send 2 O's, but builds a fractal for 11 spike. Tiki was in a bit of trouble there, but is now gonna have to go through some cheese. Builds a fractal with a perfect well.
The RNG garbage.
The RNG is crazy for Tiki right now.
It's not like it matters much as Kuro just striding the down stack though.
Yeah, Kuro with a crazy stride found a way to say nope, not today. But Kuro is striding really well. Tiki found the fractal with the double Tetris into the TSD and completes the comeback.
Kuro's just caught off guard.
Wow. Kuro was ahead 6-3, and Tiki was slowly crawling their way back to take the game win. Even though having a disadvantage of pieces per second and attack, Tiki plonked their way to the victory, moving on to top 8.
And we do have our next match ready. Keshi versus Bachas.
Keshi's coming back.
Racer in the road to H rank.
Hmm?
Chat, when will they add H rank into the game?
A hidden rank.
You must have 24999 TR.
As we wait for our next match, I'm getting a quick snack.
Snack.
Croissant.
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 C'est délicieux. Where's that cashew?
Guess she's here.
Looks like we will be having a warm-up. Is that freaking playing forever? Oh my god, bot chess. And you messed it up. we live in a society where gamers don't rule the world.
He could have saved it. Oh, and he saved it! Ow.
Crazy warm-up. May I remind you, Botchas, this is a TWZ Super Silver, and that we here at HN expect some modicum of, not trolling. This dropping's fine, though. Oh no, can't spin it, no!
You couldn't get the right spinach. Oh, I don't like it when that happens.
Speaking of not trolling, what the heck, Cash? Oh my, that opener, isn't it like Canard
What was
or
that
something?
opener from? That was crazy. Almost turned into a TST tower.
It's meant to turn into a TST tower.
Oh.
Oh, watch us with an awkward double eye dependency. He's gonna be fine though. Watch us with a nice board state, the surge advantage. Going to be looking for some efficient ways to build it up. Ultimately forced into breaking it though. Yeah.
Ooh, couldn't do anything. Other than that, I finished my croissant and it was pretty good.
First point.
Super funny, tried to go for PCO, but it is denied. Botch is getting in some simple spins to build the surge, getting it to 9. It's working well for them. For the 16th surge,
Botches does maintain
actually tried to
surge.
break it. Breaks it. Ooh.
Botches.
And it survives! Almost!
Botches, that was just way too greedy. Come on.
How do you survive?
Just
That was close,
cancel there.
I was close to survival. Almost finds the early PCO, but couldn't have the pieces in time. Misdrops to Z.
Oh, Kashi. Nice survival find. Botches with nice little combo there. Going to be the one building up the surge as Kashi is on that down sack.
As he's building his board state too, but couldn't get the pieces in time because of that J misdrop.
Unfortunate misdrop.
Giving Keshi the 4-1 lead. Gotcha, starting with TKI.
Oh no.
Keshi with the TST tower pulls it off, but doesn't do much for Batches.
Oh. Botches has good pieces for this bounce sack. Manages to get out. His Keshi misdrops the T-spin. Allowing Botches to gain some headway in making clear of this. Keshi does send a lot.
Keshi sends it, but
that misdrop.
Batches was getting some good spins in to maintain the surge. Keshi with the 9 surge.
No!
10 finds a double.
That was
a double TSD into a Tetris, breaking the surge, sending the crazy 30 spike to take 5-1 lead. Batches did not have anything to tank the garbage with.
Batches misdropped horrendously there.
Filipino 4 wide.
In the true strats. Botches learning from the clutch clears.
Sends it but doesn't do anything. Finds the ice spin to the TSD, but Kashi has it. 9-10. Oh, misdrops the
classic DT misdrop. There's literally an Evo. I think it's like PK or something.
The emote from Puzzle Kingdom, or
something like that. Or maybe playing card drop. I forgot.
Ooh, that's just with the L spin. Couldn't get the Z spin in time to stay alive, and Kashi having a 6-1 lead right now. Batches can't find any momentum to build with, as Kashi is putting on so much pressure with the 15 spike.
She is going pretty fast.
And Kashi sends a lot of pressure. Batches couldn't handle it. And Kashi moves on 7-1, taking a commanding win. only a couple more matches until we reach top 8.
No, we shouldn't be starting top 8 now on winner's side, right?
We could probably sneak in one more match.
No. Let losers do its thing. We don't want to slow it down anymore.
Okay. Get it started with Bargain Tiki.
Yeah. Get them in here. Throw them up.
As we get our first top 8 match ready, we have Blarg taking the first seed and having coming second place in Tetrio World Championship 2023, almost beating Diao in the grand finals.
I distinctly remember 3 sets in a row being lost, but maybe that's just me. I'm sorry. I'm just waiting on TT. This is top 8, by the way, so it will be first to 11.
Okay. As we wait for Tiki for our first top 8 match.
SMH, I see you in custom room, Tiki. Get in here. Shaking my head. I can't believe you joined a different custom room than the stream room. Shock. Oh, Maka. That's actually more me, right? I forgot.
Still waiting for Tiki.
The Tiki 2 GT in question. Tiki has 5 minutes. What the heck? No, shut up. Damn, I was just checking the stupid TWC website and I get hit with a Twitch ad. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, I have that tab muted right now.
Wow.
Shit. I need to get my phone charger.
How did Snowman beat Gigawatt?
The CD difference.
Snowman is C20 versus Gigawatt is C... like... 11, 12. That's crazy.
So are we gonna have like a situation like a last tournament where there was one PC who was seeing 25?
That's crazy.
And then went out to play Diao in top 8.
Snowman died to Dingo. How sad.
Dang.
I need to check.
Is Tiki still in the custom room?
No idea. Let's see. He has like a minute. You mean stream? Oh my god. So sorry, she just starts counting the freaking street matches description.
Continue counting. Oh. Yo. It is now 5:47 my time. It has been 10 minutes since ping.
Oh my god.
They were here for their previous match. Bard getting an easy move on to winners.
Wow. Final. Wow. Yeah, Tiki's freaking 1v1ing someone in a custom room. We can all see your Discord activity. Bro. He's literally 1v1ing Orange Juice instead of playing the freaking tournament match.
But there's a TDOC qualifier.
Yeah, okay. That's crazy. That is... oh my god. Okay.
Amber is back.
Okay, since apparently that was a bust, we have Numo Witch versus Amber Doodle. Here, let me pull them up. Wow, look. It's our new players.
The fuck? Tiki is saying that they didn't get a Discord notification.
Oh my god.
That's so weird.
What?
Like, that happens for me for like one server where I sometimes get the ping, but Discord doesn't recognize the ping, so there's no mention in the server list. But if Tiki is here now, can we bring him back to?
No, we have professionalism standards to meet. TK2 TGT.
Okay.
Oh my god. You wanna get in the freaking room right now. You see a dig all caps. You have 30 seconds to get in the room or I forfeit you.
CM Dingo has just been waiting for so long for their match.
No, for the love of... Ask for warm-up. We are in fact having a warm-up.
So for our next match, it is Amberdoodle versus 5Han.
OMG, is that Ant?
Amber coming back with the SD spin. 5Han coming back with the TKI. Going into middle TSD. Finds it. The spin for 5 surge sends it for the 15 spike. Amber has to find a way to get the down stack going. Finds a way to not block their well. Gets through it, but has to choose to deal with 5Han. Coming in fast with a 3.62 PPS, 13 spike. Sends too much pressure. 5Han takes the warm-up.
Good luck, have fun.
5Han can play a very fast 207 APM with 4 pieces per second. Amber had a great well to deal with, but was also receiving some garbage as well. 5Han is sending a lot of pressure to Amber right now. But Amber says, no, I will send the pressure back, and takes the first point. Taking an early lead for the top 8, first to 11 now. 5Han with the C-spin, lands it.
Oh.
Amber was also going to go for it, but misdrops the T-piece. 5Han tying up the game.
Tragic.
And Amber with the costly misdraw. Excuse me, sorry. Both players sitting at the middle of their board, but 5Han has a 9 surge built up and sends it.
Oh, the eyepiece over the wall. That's rough.
With the
Go
5Han with the
send.
7 spike. They were playing a very, very powerful game and having a lot of pressure being built for their opponent. Amber almost had the PCO, but couldn't get the right pieces in time. But instead builds an STSD, sends it, but 5Han returns with more garbage. 5Han tries to find the TSD, but couldn't get to it. Amber sending their surge for a 13 spike. 5Han at the top of their board with the eye misdrop, leading to them having to get their way through it, but not in time. Amber ties up the game. Amber with SD spin, 5Han with C spin. 5Han gets their stuns first. Amber returns with the 4 surge, sends it, but 5Han denies it. Amber couldn't get the right pieces in time, leading to a couple of misdrops, and 5Han takes a 3-2 lead, taking it back.
Unfortunate.
Amber with the SD spin. 5Han tried to get the right S spin, but appears to be possible DC. Amber just wants to get this game over with and still sends garbage when 5Han possibly returns. There's a possible disconnect, but Amber finds a fractal from a misdrop.
DC cannon.
That fractal leading to a DC cannon.
Curse of Pra is too strong, says Amberdoodle. Chat, we have some unorthodox methods happening here in Stratosphere today.
goes at 3-2. Amber decides to not take the point, so that okay.
Epic top out skills from Amber Doodle. Okay, just add 2 points to the numbers on screen in your head.
So realistically, it is 3-2.
Yeah.
5-on finding a crazy amount of T-spins for a 7 surge. Wow, leading to a crazy amount of pressure. Amber couldn't find anything to do it. Taking the 4-2 lead. Amber going back to their old bread and butter, the SD spin, and it works for them this time, taking the point and getting back on the board. It is now a 5-3 lead. It's throwing me off. Amber at the top of their board. Got the spin it off in time.
That doesn't
Couldn't
even
get anything
spin
going.
it.
Oh, almost escaped it, but 5-on sent too much garbage. Amber going back to SD spin. 5-on with the middle board. DT cannon with the perfect clean well donated from Amber, but is almost topped out. Denies the garbage, built into a fractal. Finds the double TSD for a 6 surge, sends it. Amber is at the bottom of their board. They take it perfectly. 5-on still working their way through it, but it's sending a lot of garbage in the meantime with 3 TSDs. 5-on going crazy with a 9 surge into a 25 spike, taking the 4-1 lead. Adding 2 points, that would be 6-2-3. Ooh, 30 spike for Amber. Oh, shit. Sorry, I had a weird thing on my hand.
Oh, C-spin coming out. Big DS spike.
7? Holy shit!
Though I don't think it was necessary.
Sorry, but that was a crazy 47 spike. Pardon my language, but wow. Amber trying to respond.
Rip Gohan's board.
Crazy. I don't know, with some crazy misdrops.
Oh no, Amber Doodle.
Amber in some trouble here, but finds a way to get to the well. It is not enough. 5-on only needs 3 more points to take the win.
For it.
Amber going back to their old bread and butter, the SD spin. One opener that I use myself. But 5-on having a beautiful 9-0 weld with the 9 surge. They send it, but Amber denies it. Amber building up a small attack in the middle of their board. Finds a way to get through it. Sends a TSD. 500 in a bit of trouble here with a misdrop. And can't get to it in time. Amber taking the point to slowly crawl back. Amber going back to SD spin. 500 with the C spin. Pulls it off. Both players having a clean board state right now, but that Z piece for 500 didn't look too nice, but they clean it up nicely. 500 had some cheese to deal with and takes care of it nicely, taking out Amber in the process to take their 9th point. Amber going back to it, sending garbage in the process. 500 with the C spin into a nice all spin in the process. Amber in a bit, sorry, 500 in a bit of trouble here. Having some misdrops, but takes care of it nicely. Misdrops the eyepiece, but they had another one coming up in a couple pieces and took care of it nicely. Misdrops the second one. Taking care of it really nicely. Both players playing roughly at the same pace, but 500 is applying more pressure in the process, but misdrops the eyepiece, and that is costing them the point.
You hate to see two cyan columns next to each other.
Yeah, no, sometimes that's just terrible to have. Both players mimicking C-spin. Amber had the right amount of garbage, sends 500 to the top of their board, but 500 taking care of it nicely with the floater T. With the center well building up nicely with the T-spin. Finds Tetris for a 22 spike. Amber at the top of their board now. Fivehon trying to find a way to get through the garbage. Takes care of it nicely. But had an 8 search to deal with. It is sent to them. And they defend it beautifully. But misdrops the T piece. Almost took care of it nicely, but that misdrop almost costed them the round, but they are slowly crawling back. Amber with the 11 search sends it. A bit of trouble for her 500 and can't get to it in time. It is now 7-9 for 500.
Notice all of Gohan's lost points were misdrops.
Yeah, most of these points losses were from misdrops. That is costing them to lose a couple games, but sends a nice well. With the 7 surge, 9 surge sends an 11 spike. 8 spike doesn't do much for Amber, but is now in a bit of trouble here. It does do something. It gives them the point. They are now at 10-7. This is now a match point for 500. After the disconnect, they still are taking care of business to get those TWC points. Fivehon having a rough board state right now. Amber in a bit of trouble here with the clean well, but gets through it in time. In some trouble now. Couldn't get the pieces in time, and Fivehon takes the game 11-7. Amber now gets pushed down to loser's bracket.
Next up we have CN Dingo versus Summer J. just show this in here.
Summer J and CM Dingo being in our next match, both players not wanting a warm-up, so we can get right into it. Hopefully no disconnects this time. CM Dingo sitting at 24,095 TR at 169 nice attack per minute at 3.4 pieces per second. They can play a very dominant game. But we'll see if that can pull off in this match. Summer J having to deal with a couple misdrops, but takes the 13 spike. CM Dingo is applying a lot of pressure right now. Finds a way to get the color clear. Is building for the double T-spin. Pulls it off with a 13 spike. 14 for the 7 combo. I think. Maybe 5. But sending a good amount of pressure. Summer J is going to have to try and find a way to take care of it. They find a Tetris into the TSD into another Tetris for a 15 spike. CM Dingo 32 spike. Summer J is going to have to find a way to take care of it. Possibly finds the ice spin, but is not enough. CM Dingo is breaking the ice and taking the first point. CM Dingo with the LSD opener sets up a fractal, takes his 25, 32, 37, 40 spike from breaking the surge as well. And Summer J is still alive after that. And now CM Dingo is having some connection issues right now. Summer J is still playing on with their 5 surge. Summer J hitting them with the DC cannon, but no, CM Dingo comes back and is still alive. Gonna have to take care of a 15 surge now. Once Summer J hits it, CM Dingo is gonna have to find a way to tank it. At a 22-24 spike from the 22 surge, CM Dingo tanks it nicely. Summer J with the 5 combo to take care of some cheese. Sitting at 3.7 pieces per second, CM Dingo is applying some beautiful pressure right now on Summer J. But Summer J is building up that surge to stay it in the game. That is the second time CM Dingo has had to tank the surge. And is now at the top of their board. Defends it nicely with a 13 spike, 12 spike. Had to break the surge. But now Summer J built up another surge, sitting at 11 right now. Keeps on going. 15, 16, 17. Keeps on going. Sends it at 17. It's a very imagine CM Dingo finds a way to take the second point. Very fast pace. As Summer J kept on building the surge but couldn't find traction to take the win. CM Dingo misdrops. Summer J has the perfect open center well to build the 9 surge. If they send it right now, they can top out CM Dingo, but CM Dingo finds a way to go back down to get ready to tank the surge, and they do it nicely. CM Dingo almost misdropped, but found the J piece to get it in nicely, but it's not enough. Summer J, with that built-up surge, takes the first point. CM Dingo going back to their old bread and butter with their opener. Building up to 6 surge. Summer J is in the middle of their board, trying to find a way to get back down. CM Dingo has a perfect well right now, sending a TSD into a Tetris for the 20 spike and 13 spike, but doesn't do much to take out Summer J. They take it very nicely. Both players sitting at the bottom of their board. CM is building up an attack, but misdrops the eyepiece. Could be costly for them, but takes care of it. Has a nice well open. Takes care of it with a 12 spike. Summer J has a 9 surge. Broke it, but it was just a bit too late to send too much pressure to Dingo, and they survive just in time. As they're now at the bottom of their board, CM Dingo sending the 12 spike from the TSD into Tetris. Summer J responding, going down to their board and taking out CM Dingo with the 19 spike.
This shot was rough.
Summer J finding the PC loops. CM Dingo finds a way to deny it as Summer J gets their color clear. Not enough time to get the third PC loop. CM Dingo has some garbage to deal with, but he works with it just fine. Is now building up the center well with some TSDs and Tetrises. Sends them, but Summer J takes care of them nicely and doesn't affect them that much. CM Dingo with the 15 spike. Doesn't do anything.
Oh, thank you,
Everything
ads.
missed up.
20,000 for the
But
sub.
recovers. But it's now gonna have to deal with some cheese. CM Dingo is also dealing with a couple misdrops, but clears it nicely with a Tetris and builds up their well now with a couple of TSSs and TSTs.
Oh,
Misdrop
that
EPs. Summer J now has a 10 surge building up. CM Dingo's gonna have to find a way to get through it, but he does. Summer J is now getting ready to build up their second surge, but CM Dingo double misdrops the TPs.
Yeah.
That is going to cost them the round. Summer J is taking back the lead. Getting ready for round 6. CM Dingo going with their opener. Summer J finding the TSD to Tetris to another TSD to another Tetris. CM Dingo has a perfect well, but misdrops the eyepiece. CM Dingo's gonna have to work with some. Ooh. CM Dingo had some self-made cheese that they couldn't get rid of at the top of their board. Summer J used that opportunity to take them out and take the point. Now giving them a 2-point lead. Summer J now with the C-spin. CM Dingo finding the 24 spike. Doesn't do much, but almost takes out Summer J. CM Dingo had a 5 surge, but had to break it. Finds a couple spins, but is now in some trouble. Finds a way to almost stay alive, but didn't have the second eyepiece in the right spot in time. And Summer J is now slowly pulling away with the 5-2 lead. Summer J going with SDPC extend. Finds a double T-spin into a J-spin. Finds a second one. Takes care of it into an STSD. Breaks it at 8. CM Dingo's now at the top of the board. They accept it nicely. It's now slowly building it. CM Dingo clears the board nicely. Is now at the bottom of their board, building up the well. They have an opportunity to take care of it, and they do with the 19 spike. Summer J defends it nicely. Summer J going back to the spike surge with a 10. Had to break it at 11 from a misdrop, but that sends Dingo at the top of their board with a 14 spike. Team Dingo setting up a TST, takes care of it nicely into a Tetris, but had to break their back-to-back in the process. With a couple drops, CM Dingo had some garbage had some self-made cheese to deal with, but couldn't get to it in time as Summer J was sending too much pressure, taking the 6-2 lead. Summer J going to 4 wide to start off this round. CM Dingo trying to find a TSS, gets to it. Summer J with a 4 wide from the 12 combo to a 15 spike, sends CM Dingo to the top. CM Dingo couldn't get any traction on it, and Summer J gets the 7-2 lead, is taking a commanding lead right now. CM Dingo going back to their opener with a TST to a TSD, finding some all spins, gets the TSD to a Tetris, finds a way to open up the well, misdrops the eyepiece. That would have been a great spike, but unfortunately they couldn't get to it, and that costed them the round as Summer J was sending a lot of pressure there. Same thing now going to TKI. Summer J is going back to 4 wide. Tried to send early, but misdropped. Doesn't affect him too much, but puts CM Dingo at the top of the board with the 15 spike. CM Dingo finds the TSD, tries to clear off some of the garbage, but misdrops the T-piece in the process, couldn't get to it in time, and it costed them the round. Summer J is pulling away with a 9-2 lead right now, sending the right amount of pressure. CM Dingo going back to CM Dingo with the striding very nicely, but Summer J is building up their surge. Got it taken care of really nicely. Had a well open, but waited too long. CM Dingo strikes back and takes the point. CM Dingo going back to TKI. Sends a second TSD. Sends the third TSS to a TSD. Couldn't get the right pieces for the PC. With a couple misdrops, but it's taken care of. Summer J is now at the top of their board with an 8 surge. That's 10. Takes care of, had to break the surge to save the board state. But CM Dingo is now at the bottom of the board. Summer J is being a bit defensive with their pieces so that they don't get caught with too much garbage just like that, but costing them the misdrop from the T-piece. CM Dingo is slowly crawling back from the 9-2 deficit. It is now at 9-4. CM Dingo is finding the right pieces right now to get the win, but Summer J finding the 4 wide from a bit of a messy board. Finds a couple T-spins and all spins. Takes care of it nicely and gets the 4 wide done. CM Dingo is sitting at the bottom of their board, but receives a massive 22 spike. Is now at the top of the board. Had to use the eyepiece early. CM Dingo almost topped out, but misdropped the eyepiece. Had to waste the second one to 5. Summer J is sending a lot of pressure with the 9 back-to-back.
Oh my god.
Oh. We have a really good game right now. Two players sending very strong pressure And Summer J takes the point after sending a massive spike. CM Dingo did not have the right pieces in time. It is now match point for Summer J. Summer J going with 6-3, shining really nicely. CM Dingo with the C-spin gets in the middle of the board. Summer J also has some cheese to deal with. CM Dingo sends a lot of pressure, and Summer J did not have anything to counter it with. And CM Dingo is slowly crawling back, only 6 more points to take the game. Oh, CM Dingo almost had the well covered, but got out of it. Summer J building up a 10 surge, but CM Dingo sends an 18 spike, forcing Summer to break it for defense, but gets back to the bottom of the board with a 19 spike to respond, but now builds a 7 surge, finding the right amount of T-spins and S and Z spins to get it taken care of and gets the job done. Summer J moves on, winning 11-5. That was a very fast-paced and a very strong match by both players. But congratulations to Summer J for moving on.
We'll be moving on to Summer J versus Tiki in loser 6. Early, cause it's Summer has to leave somewhat soon. And we'll be getting right into it.
And Tiki is back. Not missing their match this time from a custom room. No warm-up from both players as Summer J has something to get to in about an hour. Summer J starts off this match with a C-spin as Tiki was waiting.
Wonky.
Blocking some of the attack, and Summer J sends a crazy 25 spike from a couple S spins, T spins, and a couple Z spins too. But Tiki clogs it perfectly and takes care of it nicely, having them to survive. Getting a J spin in and a mini T spin. Summer J is coming back. He takes the first point. Summer J finding the opener PC, sends the second one. Tiki is going to have to find a way to downstack from the clean garbage to also help build the surge. Finds a way to do it, but sends it for a 22 spike. Didn't have the surge ready in time, as Summer J had the 6 surge ready. Summer J is sending a lot of pressure with this 7 back-to-back. And takes the first point to tie up the game and get on the board. Summer J going with 4 wide Tiki, sending a couple T spins and S spins, gets the surge, 7 surge with a perfect well. Finds the TSD for the 10 surge and sends Summer J a perfect well for them to use for the double Tetris in TSD. They use it nicely to send an attack, but gets sent right back. Miss J. Summer J misdropped the J piece.
Oh,
And that
round.
Tiki taking back the lead 2-1. Tiki with the TSS into the TSD to another TSD. Had an opportunity to go for the PC but didn't use it. Instead waits for the garbage to come in and use it nicely. But Summer J is having a lot of pressure being sent and uses that to send even more pressure back at Tiki with the double TSD and getting some L and TSS spins in. Had to break the surge in the process. Sets up a fractal, but doesn't get it going, but only sends one T-spin in the process. As Tiki also responding with a fractal. Has the pieces in time, sends a Tetris from a fractal and takes the 3rd point. Summer did not have anything to defend it with. Summer J and Tiki both going for TKI. Tiki is moving a lot faster with it. But Summer finds the 22 spike from the TSD into a Tetris. Finding a couple J spins and takes care of it to a 10-11 surge as Tiki is at a 6 surge now. Sending the 23 spike. Summer J came back and sent a lot of garbage and pressure at Tiki to take back the point. Starts off with a C-spin. Summer J having a perfect well going ran out. Sends the Tetris to a TSD to a J-spin. Sorry, yeah. Tiki had to deal with the surge, but takes care of it nicely. Summer J misdropped, but gets the Z-spin in. Getting the J-spin in to help out with the surge. That's at 8 now, but Tiki is at 12 surge. Summer J's in a bit of trouble. Couldn't get the spin off, leading to a misdrop, and Tiki uses that to send the surge and top out Summer J. Unlucky timing for the I piece to not go. Summer J is building up a fast forward wide, but didn't get the right pieces in time. Has to send a little bit, but sends it now with the 7 combo. Doesn't do much. Finds the TSD to send back the garbage. Summer J sitting out of 5 surge, has to break it. Tiki with a nice center well into a TSD with a 7 surge, also has to break it. Both players sitting at the middle of the board as we head into mid-game. Summer J slowly getting garbage and getting to the top of the board, but finds a way to get back into it. But Tiki with the 15 spike finds a way to put Summer in a bit of trouble and tops them out, taking the 5th point. Tiki building up a fractal, sends it into another TSS. As Summer J has some spins going, has to break it. And Tiki also responds with breaking their surge in defense. Summer J having a good pace right now with a 10 surge. Breaks it at 11. As Tiki has to break theirs at 8 in order to survive. But they respond with sending TSDs and building up that 8-2 well into a Z-spin Tetris and T-spin. finding the down stack into the 23 spike. Tiki finds the way to get to the 6 point and taking a lead on Summer J. Summer J started off with TKI, but had a well that was sent to them by Tiki, which is now at a 10 surge as Summer J is slowly making their way back. Tiki with a 13 spike sends it, but Summer J also sends their surge, which was at 21. It was not enough. Tiki responded faster, and they had more garbage, taking the 7th point. Summer J sending a bunch of TSDs, sending a lot of garbage into his perfect center well. At their 8 surge now, into an L spin. Summer J is slowly transitioning to the right side of the board, but is now transitioning to the left as they break the surge at a 20 spike. But it's now at the top of the board. Got to find a way to get back. And they do just about, but misdrop the L piece in the process, and that costed them the round. Tiki is finding a way to get back at Summer J from the misdrops to take the point win. Summer J started with TKI. Tiki also finding the LST, but blocks it in the process. Finding a small fractal, is in a bit of trouble now with the 9 surge at the top of the board, but finds a way to get down. Summer J breaks the surge at 13. Tiki absorbs it. Summer J has the board state with the TST. Has to find a way to get to the well, and they do with the double Tetris. With the 5 surge, 6 surge, 7 surge, and breaks it. Tiki had the double Tetris and the TSD, but can't get the L piece to the right in time, costing them the round, as Summer J was sending them a lot of pressure, taking the 3rd point, slowly coming back. Summer J started with a TKI. Tiki also started with TKI, but on the opposite side, and strikes first. But Summer J applies the pressure into their 6 surge, 7 surge with the perfect well for the TSD into a Tetris. Another TSD into another Tetris with the 11 surge with the 16 surge, 17, 18, 19. Summer J sends it at 20 for the 20 spike, but Tiki takes it and defends it perfectly, still staying at the top of their board. Wow. Both players at an 8 surge, they cancel each other out. Tiki finding a way to get through it, but finds the L spin to the 6 surge, 8 surge, sends it with a 22 spike. Summer J does not have enough to take care of it, and Tiki gets the 9th point to pull away and to try and win and move on. Tiki finding the T-spin, finds a down stack with a 6 combo, as Summer J is building up a fractal into a Tetris, finds a mini T-spin, but had a 9 surge to take care of it. I had a crazy 20 spike that came for them, but they said no, not today. They are still alive in this round, and they are not saying no. Tiki's gonna have to find another way to take out Summer J. Tries to do it with the 22 spike from the 9 surge, but Summer J cancels that out again. Summer J trying to find a way to continue the stack from the stride. Finds the Z spin. Summer J finding some good pieces to work with to build the 6 surge. As Tiki was building up a 10 surge, breaks it and sends it into a 22 spike, but Summer J has to break their own surge in the process to stay alive. Finding the mini S spin. Tiki with the J spin into a 9 surge, finds the double T spin, finds the I spin. Both players are sitting an equal amount of garbage, and Summer J had to break their surge, but they built it back up. Tiki is in a bit of trouble here, and they couldn't get to the right pieces in time. Summer J takes the 4th point as Tiki had 2 open spots, but not the right amount of pieces. Summer J starts off this round with a PC extend, sending a crazy spike, and Tiki did not have anything to take care of it. Summer J is slowly making their way back into this game. Tiki starting off with T-spin, as Summer J also responds with an S-spin into a T-spin double. Had the surge built up and breaks it. Tiki is finding a way to respond to the attack, but Summer J misdrops. Almost costed them, but finds a way to get out of it, sending the Tetris as Tiki has the 10 surge, 11 surge. Summer J is finding a way to build up the surge to help cancel it. Is working on it, sitting at 4, 6, breaks it to cancel out the attacking surge. Summer J is doing really well right now with defending the surge, as I just commentators curse them, but still sitting at a 7, 8 surge, 9 surge, 10. Tiki is slowly waiting for Summer J to send it so they can respond, but they respond with Tiki with an almost Imperial Cross, but doesn't send it. Summer J send it to Tetris. I am now lagging. I don't know what happened to. I don't know what happened to my side, but Tiki took the 10th point. Is now on match point. They are now starting this game with a 6 surge, as Summer J has the 8 surge, sends it. Tiki in a bit of trouble here, but sends it with a 34 spike. Summer J in a bit of trouble here, can't get anything going. Misdropped the T-piece and couldn't get the right pieces in time. Tiki takes the win 11-5. Even after my little misdrop. Sorry, after my little connection issue, Tiki still finds a way to get the win. For our next match, it is Jack versus Kuro. Oh man, I was taking a drink after that one. After CM Dingo, it's Summer J, and then Tiki versus Summer.
Just waiting on Kuro. Where is that Kuro?
Oh. I'm taking a little breather after that one.
Crazy.
Be right back.
at Kuro, so stare.
Responds back with monkey. Kuro is here.
We are having a warm-up. Kuro with a big upstack to start off with. Ooh, Jack nearly caught off guard. He's gonna be fine. Oh, Kuro, that is a J misdrop of all time there. Jack building up the surge now in a mostly favorable position. Tanks into the cut coffee, sends Kuro and stuff. Kuro's fine because of his speed. Jack, that was way too greedy. Ah well, it's just warm up. Okay. Off we go. Kuro opening with a stick spin style. Oh, Kuro building pretty fast LST here. Jack with the prophecy. He's gonna find a convert. Kuro ultimately forced out of that. Jack needs to use a surge for the defense. Reset to neutral. Kuro yet again building. Jack is somewhat prepared, but that element drop is probably gonna kill him. Unfortunate. Jack with the GS multiplier. Kuro is kind of stuck down stacking here, but now they have a lot of clean to use. So does Jack. Kuro looking for a good position to upstack with. Jack finds a convert. Nice STSD. Kuro tanks. And Jack sends, and Kuro is not prepared for it. Nice timing. 1-1. We're again seeing the Pong versus Stride action here. Ooh, big fractal from Kuro. Jack all the way at the top. He does live, but one piece away from the quad well. Oh, Kuro, what was that? Oh, that was such a crappy down stack. Nice That happens to us all. We're doing the usual C sort of thing. You can do that really fast, you know. Okay. Surge does end up as cheese on Jack's side. Kuro not really sending much. And that is Jack. Kuro's gonna fire first. Jack forced into a defensive-ish position. Kuro looking to build up to the kill here. It doesn't even need it. Jack just straight up out pressure through Kuro's speed. 2-3. Jack finds a nice convert. Kuro ultimately breaks instead of converting. That is going to be a surge send from Jack, but it's not really going to do much. Kuro's just going to speed through and downstack this. It does take a bit of a while for that I-Tuck. It's otherwise fine. Meanwhile, Jack going down has a nice board state to work with. Load is 9-0. It's 8-1. SMH garbage. SMH. It does nearly die, but does hang on to Surge. That is a definite Surge advantage, but Jack, expecting this, defended quite nicely. Ooh, Jack took a little while on that S piece for the T-spin. It's not gonna matter though. That is a... I wasn't looking. But Kuro managed to get into one of Kuro's board states. You know. All players are gonna... Well, it would have been fine if Kuro didn't misdrop the S piece. Just ties it back up. Jack just sleeping on that queen right now. Ends up with a DS spike. Sent over to Kuro. Really not wanting to let go of the garbage right now. Let's send the surge over. Doesn't really do much. Kuro building an offensive pressure here. Out comes the spike. 19, and Jack may have the quad, but Kuro's follow-up is going to be the icing on the cake to kill. And Kuro's a really nice board state right now. In comes the big pressure. Oh, Jack, that's fatal. Especially against someone like Kuro. Kuro does have a misdraw. Jack, great. Kuro with the DS counter spike. It's gonna be enough. Jack unable to go into that 9-0 well. Kuro really pushing that speed gap, as Kuro does. With a nice board state, he uses the garbage. It's now on Jack's side. Kuro waiting there. Sends Surge to cheese up Jack. And then goes straight into some more upstacking. Jack misdrops, which just makes everything fall apart for now, unfortunately. Oh, Kuro with the opener misdraw. Jack with a bit of an interesting board state, I will say. Jack goes through, Kuro goes down. Not gonna be okay, and so is Jack with that massive clean well and building surge. Kuro breaks, but Jack hangs onto it. Jack, you can S-spin this, but Jack doesn't see it. Jack does not see the S into T-spin, giving Kuro room to survive with the speed. To be fair, that was a pretty weird input sequence for that. Oh, Jack has a crappy Q here. The T-piece is not a piece you want in this situation. Jack with the tank sends the garbage right back. Kuro is probably used to that at this point. Finds the center well after that 9-0, just barely, as Jack sends. Trying to catch Kuro off guard, but it isn't enough. Kuro going down once again, looking to go on the offense here. Jack looks to use this garbage and ultimately stops Kuro from doing that. Jack finds and breaks a quick surge again. Fortunately, Kuro seems to be dealing with it quite well, and Jack is caught off guard in this situation. 3-9. Kuro goes all the way down. Jack with the surge advantage, but I'd argue Kuro's in the better position, easily eats it up, and now Kuro is the one with the surge advantage. Jack does have garbage to work with here though, but will it be enough? Kuro sends, and it looks like it isn't. The Z piece a piece too far away for Jack, and Kuro is on match point. Oh, that is some fast LSC coming out from Kuro. Jack seems to be dealing with it fine. Sands the surge, which we will see soon. Kuro breaks. And Jack doesn't have enough to defend with. 11-3 Kuro is going to take the set.
Alright.
Next up, we'll be going into winners finals with Blarg and Nulich. Throw them on screen.
Ooh. Oh, this is going to be an interesting match. Both very strong players going up against each other. Blarg being one of the best players in the world against Fivehon being a very strong quick play player and collecting a handsome amount of records.
Is Gohan Tetra League #1 right now, or is that like Vince or something?
Blarg is.
What?
Blarg is Tetra League #1 right now.
Oh.
Blarg is sitting at 24,528.
It's crazy.
As I'm sitting over here at my 17,696.
Yeah. Looking fun.
Getting started into the actual game, Blarg takes the start with TKI into LST. Fivehon with some garbage to deal with. Finds the well for the TSD into a Tetris.
Oh my
Finds
god.
a TST. Blarg with a crazy surge building up right now with 15, 16, 17, 18.
Oh, and
Doesn't need to send it. It is too much for Fivehon.
Especially
Blarg with a dominating start. Fivehon. Blarg finding his way past the opener. I did not see what it was. Blarg with a crazy spike. With building up a little surge too. Didn't need to send it. It was already enough. Blarg sending up a C-spin. Fivehon responds with a C-spin as well. Blarg sends it first. In a bit of trouble there, but nope. He finds a way to down stack. Blarg finding the TSS with the L-spin. But Fivehon with a 13 surge into the 33 spike. Fivehon is now on the board. Fivehon starting off with a C-spin. Going into his 6th surge as
oh no!
Misdrops there. Oh no!
Staircase.
Fivehon had like what, 2 misdrops there, or just the one T-spin?
Well, I'd argue the first misdrop caused the second.
Yeah. Fivehon blocked a well for a second there. Sorry, I got the hiccups. Excuse me, okay. I'm good now. Blarg getting a couple S-spins in. Building up the 5 surge, 6 surge. Almost found the 7 surge, but had to break it with the T-spin. Fivehon having some good pressure built up. Takes the 2nd point, leading this to a 1-point game. Fivehon is not going down without a fight. But Blarg is already at a 4 surge.
Oh, that ZPs.
Wow. Fivehon had to deal with a bit of a misdrop there, causing him to be in some trouble. Blarg had a perfect well into Tetris. Finds the TSD into another Tetris, into another TSD, into another TSD. Finds the Tetris first, but builds a floater TSD. Into a regular TSD, TSS into a Tetris. Finds the perfect well. He is getting some perfect RNG right now. As 5Han is building up a 10 surge, 11 surge, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Creating a massive surge. Once he sends it, it's going to be a detrimental spike. It's 21 right now. Blarg said, no, I don't have the right pieces. It is too much of a hassle, and I'll forfeit the point. 5Han is now 1 point behind Blarg. 5Han building up a perfect center well to 3 TSDs and a Z-spin. Had a 6 surge built up and broke it to send to Blarg. But Blarg says, no thank you, I will send it back to you. But 5Han sending a 38 spike into a PC. And it doesn't take out Blarg. Blarg was at the top of the board when it happened. It couldn't get anything going. But sends a double TSD into a Tetris for the 12 spike, but doesn't get any traction off of it. 5Han had an opportunity to send a Tetris, but didn't have the right pieces in time. Breaks the surge in the process. Blarg sending some garbage, but with the TSD, TSS into a TSD, into a spin. I did not see what it was, but 5Han responds with an 18 spike. Both players responding with massive spikes, but Blarg sends a 21 spike, leading 5Han to the top of the board. Finds a way to escape it. Into a T-spin, into a Tetris, into another T-spin. Sending the 21 spike is now at the middle of the board and sends Blarg to the top. Both players sitting at the middle of their board. 5Han sending the 15 spike into a TSD, into a Tetris. Finding this S-spin. Blarg in a bit of trouble sitting at the top, but finds a way to get out of it nicely. 5Han in a bit of trouble here now, has to break the surge to defend it. But now is ready to rebuild the surge. Gets ready for the T-spin, sends it. Z-spin, sends it. Tetris sends it. Had the 7 surge built up, but had to break it early. Is now sitting at the top of the board. Both Blarg is waiting. He is ready to send the fractal. 5Han had the TSD into the Tetris. He sends it first, and then Blarg responds. Both players canceling out each other's garbage. But 5Han, as the surge built up from a TSD into a Tetris, sends the surge. But Blarg responds with a 20 spike. 5Han says no. 5Han responds. TSD floater into another TSD with a 45 spike from 3 TSDs and a Tetris. Wow,
Crazy.
Tying up the game at 4. Both players responding to each other's TSDs with more TSDs, building each other's surges with 6. As 5Han had to break his at 5, Blarg sends a spike instead and takes the point, catching 5Han off guard with, as he did not have enough pieces to take care of it. Blarg regaining the lead, has an opportunity to build a Tetris, but doesn't. He sends 2 TSDs first, and then the Tetris into another spike, taking the 6 point, making it 6-4. Blarg making a PCO, but doesn't send it. Instead, he decides to extend it. 5Han with the PC. Blarg at the top of the board. 5Han slowly building up the center well. Finds the S-spin into the T-spin double to another Tetris. Blarg responds by canceling it out, but has a perfect RNG to build up his surge, but 5Han is already way up there, sending double TSD into another Tetris, to another TSD, breaks it. It was at 20 for a 35 spike. 5-on responds back and takes the point. Blarg responding with a PC extend as 5-on goes with C-spin, sends the C-spin, has the opportunity to send a TSD, he takes it, sends another one, has the opportunity to do another one, but does an L-spin instead into another T-spin double, but doesn't have enough, misdrops the I-piece, and Blarg responds with, hey, I will take this opportunity to send garbage, and he did. Blarg responding with a C-spin, same with 5-on, but differently. Makes it into a nice center well as Blarg has garbage to now deal with, but takes care of it nicely as 5-on jumps it with a 32 spike. 5-on responds with a massive attack to take out Blarg. Blarg going to PCO extend as 5-on goes with C-spin into another TSD. 5-on going with almost had the DT cannon, but was one line too much and misdropped. Sorry, couldn't get the T-spin off in time. 5-on going on with the C-spin, gets the right pieces, but Blarg had the PC building up a nice center well now. Builds the Tetris into a TSD. 5-on getting some good spins into a 7, 8, 9 surge, but breaks it at 9 and sends it off to Blarg. Blarg doesn't get affected by it, but instead he just responds with 2 TSDs. 5-on has some cheese to deal with now, but misdrops the L piece. He takes care of it nicely and doesn't affect him much. Has an opportunity to go for a T-spin into a TSD. He takes it. And it now has another well into another TSD into Tetris. And he takes that to 5 surge. As Blarg has a perfect well. 5-on had to break his surge to take care of it, and instead he responds with a 36 massive surge spike, sending Blarg to the top of the board, but Blarg responds by canceling it out and returning the surge back. 5-on sends too much pressure to Blarg, and 5-on is now back within 1, with the score 8-7 in favor of Blarg. 5-on stacking as Blarg finds the PC. Then I'll see what opener was, but 5-on with the double, with the Tetris into the TSD, sending a massive spike. Blarg in a bit of trouble here, but sends a TSD into a TSS, finding the fractal instead into a TSD into another Tetris. 5-on builds a massive surge and sends it off to Blarg for a massive 30 spike. Blarg didn't have anything to cancel with and finishes off that round. It is now a tie game. 5-on with a crazy misdrop. Blarg starting off with a TSD, TKI into LSD, but now sends TSDs for probably sending about 4 right now. As 5-on has a crazy 12 surge happening, but misdrops instead. Has to deal with, but it turns into a fractal instead. He only sends 1 TSD. He only had pieces for 1, but gets ready to send more TSDs in the process. Finds the Z spin into a TSD. Almost had the pieces, but can't get it going. Blarg regains the lead. Five-on with the C-spin. Blarg getting the fractal in. He gets it perfectly. 27 spike. He responds with into a DT cannon. Find an opportunity for a T-spin into a Tetris into a nice 20 spike down stack, but 5-on responds with the built-up surge and an 11 spike. He sends it over, sending Blarg to the middle of the board, but 5-on's in a bit of trouble there. He doesn't have enough pieces. Blarg is now at match point. 5-on does have a chance to come back. He only needs 3 points to win the round and to go on to grand finals. Ivan with a crazy stack right there. Going to 8 Surge now. Blarg in a bit of trouble here. He didn't have the right pieces. He was in too much trouble there and decided to take the round. Ivan is now at 9 points. He is only 1 behind Blarg and 2 to take the win. Blarg jigsawing but doesn't get the right pieces. Ivan finds the PC. Can't find the second one, but decides to go forward. Double TSD into a Tetris. Blarg finding the TST into a Z-spin, to a J-spin. Crazy amount of stacking going on right now. Blarg is finding a way to make it, but 5 on misdrops the T-spin and had to break the surge in the process. 5 on finding the good amount of pressure here. And he ties the game. What a crazy winners finals. It has been a very even match of pure speed, skill, and attack. Ivan finding the C-spin. Blarg finds the center well into TSD, into perfect RNG. The 5 on misdrops. The J piece, he's okay with it though. He finds a way out of it. Misdrops the L piece. No, that's gonna cost him. Blarg moves on to grand finals, and 5 on will move down to the losers bracket.
Oh my god, what a set. That was crazy. Next up we should have Amber Doodle versus Kuroto.
Also, welcome Raiders from 4 volts battery. Sorry it was a while. I was wow, that was just a crazy match that we were watching. This is the top 8 of Stratosphere 118. I've just finished commentating one of the craziest matches that we'll probably see again in grand finals. Oh. But as we move on into our next match, we will have a rematch between Amber and Kuro from, I believe, I'm not 100% sure.
I don't think this is a rematch, actually.
I remember seeing
I've seen both players before, but they haven't fought on stream.
They have played each other in round 3, where Amber took the first match 7-4. But as we continue on with this warm-up, Kuro with a 13 spike doesn't do much against Amber. Amber not having the right piece in time. The T-piece was just in the wrong position. And Kuro takes the warm-up.
Players are allegedly trying to utilize the Curse of Raw to gain an advantage in this match. Crazy.
Amber going in with SD extend, but finds a crazy spike into a 25 spike from 2 TSDs and TSS into a Tetris. Kuro takes the spike and denies it. As Kuro is playing a whole piece per second ahead. But Amber has the right RNG right now to dominate this match. As they currently have a 6 surge. They send it for a 31 spike. Kuro does not have the right pieces in time to take it and stay in this match. Amber going in with the C-spin into a Tetris. That is not enough for Kuro to defend. And Amber takes an early second point. Amber going into SD spin. Finds the TSD into an S spin into a Tetris. Kuro defends it. But Amber finds a way to downstack, sending a whole bunch of cheese to Kuro. Kuro gets through it nicely with the Tetris. Back-to-back 7, 8. Breaks it at 8. The surge is sent over with a 12-14 spike. Kuro with an amazing board state sends an 18 spike. Sends a lot of cheese for Amber that they cannot deal with. Kuro is now on the board. It is now 2-1. Kuro had the perfect board state there. Ooh, Amber was applying a lot of pressure there, and Kuro could not get the right pieces in time to send back the garbage that was received. Amber starting off this round with an SD spin. Kuro built up a fractal, is ready to send it. Both players playing the stalling game. Kuro sends it. Amber responds with the TSD. Finds a small downstack into a Tetris for the 24 spike, sending Kuro at the top of the board. But Kuro finds a way to get to the top, finds a way to downstack, but can't do it too much. Amber finds a way to send too much pressure that Kuro cannot handle, and Amber takes the 4th point. Kuro taking it, both players playing it SD spin and land it at the right time to cancel each other out. Kuro finding a nice center well right now. Building up a 6th surge. Amber had the right pieces just in time to stay alive. Amber is having a good amount of pieces to deal with right now. Kuro built up a 13th surge and sent it over at 14, but Amber responds with a 13th spike to cancel it out, but Kuro responds back with a 31 spike. Amber cancels it. Both players are trading board states right now. Amber and Kuro are playing very aggressive games and swapping boards. But Amber had a good opportunity to send a TSD into a Tetris, and he does. Oh, not with the right pieces though. Kuro sends the right amount of garbage, and Amber cannot handle it, taking the 2nd point. Kuro is now back in this game. Amber with the SD spin finds an opportunity to send it. And they do with the double Tetris. The 33 spike puts Kuro at the middle of their board with some cheese to deal with. Kuro keeps on being sent garbage, finds a way to get rid of it, but it's too much. Amber is now taking the 5th point in this losers round matchup. Kuro starts off with TKI. Amber with SD spin again. The old bread and butter never fails for Amber. It is doing them well right now. But it's now stuck at the top of the board, but finds a way to get down. Thought they missed off the T piece, but slides in the L. Kuro with the TSD gets to the bottom of the board, but it's now sent a beautiful well to use by Amber, and they use it nicely. Kuro having a great stride right now, sending a lot of pressure, TSDs, Tetrises, everything to Amber. And Amber could not handle it. But Amber sends this round a TST into a TSD, but it's an awkward setup for Amber as Kuro already sets up a 10 surge waiting for them. Sends it, 25 spike, and it's too much pressure again. Kuro is sending a lot of pressure to slowly break down that lead that Amber has built up. It is now 5-4, halfway into this game. Kuro setting a nice middle board TSD, as Amber also built up the TSD into a Tetris. Amber has a lot of garbage to deal with. They're slowly getting it taken care of, as Kuro had a perfect double TSD to take care of, and they send it over. Kuro at the top of their board now, not enough defense, and Amber had too much pressure sent to Kuro, and Amber takes point number 6. Kuro having an opportunity to take PC, denies it. Amber has a good well right there to send some garbage, and they do it as Kuro sends a TSD but breaks the surge at 7. Amber has a good well open up for a Tetris into a TSD. They send a TSS. Having some good RNG right now, but Kuro has a huge attack send. That's 16 spike from a TSD into a TSS, to a Tetris, and they send 19 spike, and that takes out Amber, bringing them back down to 1 point. Kuro sending a lot of pressure right now. With the Amber with the 19 spike from the TSD into a Tetris, but Kuro also has a huge well open up with the 19 surge. And that was too much for Amber, not getting the right pieces. This is now a tie game. Amber with the SD spin. Kuro finding the 6-3 stack. Amber misdropped the O piece. Mistaking it for the T spin. T piece, and couldn't get it in time, as Kuro is applying pressure like there's no tomorrow with the 4 surge. Kuro is applying a lot of pressure right now. It sends the 4 surge, as Amber is also building up their 5 surge now. Sends it for the 21 spike, but Kuro cancels that out. Amber defends it. As Kuro sends a 5 surge, Amber says no. Kuro has a great 2-8 stack going right now on the left side. Had to shuffle in a couple pieces to get it perfect, and they take care of it nicely, as Amber is now back to the 6-3. On the right, both players striding opposite sides. Kuro transitions nicely into the center well, but breaks the surge in the process. Kuro with the 8 surge. 9, 10. Has an opportunity to make it 12, and they do. They send it for 26 spikes, sending Amber to the top of the board. Amber cannot take the attack too much, and they top out, causing them to lose that round, and Kuro takes the first lead of this match. Amber going into SD spin, finds a double T-spin, but misdrops the second one. But they recover nicely into the Tetris and another TSD, building up the second TSD into a Tetris. They're going to have to find a way to break that surge, as Kuro builds up an 8 surge, building a lot of pressure. That is too much for Amber to handle, as Kuro was building up a crazy back-to-back chain. Amber going back to SD spin, as Kuro is going to LST, puts a Tetris on it, to a double Tetris for a 47 spike. Amber is still alive after that and responds to it and takes out Kuro. Wow! After recovering from a massive 47 spike, Amber is still alive in this game. This is a crazy match right now. Both players sending massive attack and spikes, not only to just cancel it out, but respond with even crazier attack. As Kuro keeps on building massive surges, and Amber responding with an even bigger one, as they send an 8 surge right now, putting Kuro at the top of the board, putting them in trouble. And Amber ties up the game once more. Amber going back to SD spin, as Kuro also goes SD spin, but mirrored. Amber sending lines. Kuro responding with a 14 spike. Amber having a perfect well going right now for the 7 surge. That is being built up really nicely to TSD, but breaks it for the 9 spike donation, as Kuro has now has to deal with some cheese built up, but takes care of it nicely. Almost took care of it, but misdrops the Z piece. Amber now has a TSD into a Tetris, into an S, into an L clear. Takes care of it nicely. Playing very well right now, given the board state, but is now in a bit of trouble here. Kuro applying a lot of pressure, regaining that lead. This game is now 9-8. This may go into another tiebreaker. Both very strong players for our first TWC Super Silver qualifier. And Amber with a massive 23 spike, sending Kuro to the top, but they respond with a 20 spike, getting the perfect amount of garbage to respond with. As Amber was in a bit of trouble there, but took care of it perfectly as they respond by building up their surge, but Kuro has a great well built up But Amber breaks the surge in response with a 27 spike. Kuro almost had it, but couldn't get to it in time. The well was blocked, and they didn't have the right pieces. Amber ties up the game. Amber starts off this round with both players starting off with a SD spin. Kuro building up the 8 surge, sends it, puts Amber in a bit of trouble, but Amber responds with a TSS into a possible TSS, but was not taken. Finds a way to down stack and accepts the surge into a Tetris. Playing very nicely right now, very clean. Defending this surge. Finds the L spin. Kuro in a bit of trouble here. Can't get the right pieces. Amber is now back in the lead and to take the match possibly. This is now 10-9. Kuro with MKO, but misdrops. Clears it nicely. Amber sending the Tetris. Kuro with a small combo there to build the surge into a 5. As Amber sends a 13 spike, Kuro sends the surge, but gives Amber a perfect well to send a 25 spike, but misdrops the T-piece instead. That's a nice T-spin there. Amber with a clean board state, able to stride, as Kuro is playing at the bottom of their board now, after clearing out some garbage, but they now receive some more cheese. Amber is just there to send more cheese after cheese, but have an opportunity to send a Tetris. They don't take it. They're building the side there with the eyepieces, but now sends the surge, the 19 spike, and Amber takes the game, applying a lot of pressure on Kuro, and Kuro could not handle it. Amber wins the game 11-9. GG
Wow.
to both players.
That was crazy.
Does my mic sound like really crackly?
No, it's more like muffled-ish. I mean,
Okay.
it's not like bad, it's just not like crisp, you know?
It's a blue snowball that I'm using. I'm gonna try one thing.
It's been a crazy Stratosphere. I don't know.
Is it still sounding muffly?
It sounds the exact same. Yeah.
Hmm? Chat, how does my mic sound muffly still? Yeah.
Anyways, we're getting it right into it. Do you want to go?
I mean, worst case scenario, I could just change my whole headset for this match.
I mean, in my opinion, it's not bad, but I don't know. I guess it's
As
just
we
I've
get
heard
into
way worse.
Yeah. But it's like also for the commentary that I've been doing. Which has just been crazy so far. With the matches that we've had for this first TWC minor. But right now, Tiki taking the first point for Amber versus Tiki in our next losers bracket matchup. This is for losers semis. Okay, so Tiki has partially slowed down a bit since the opener, and they're trying to find their stride back. But they find a way to find two TSDs into a Tetris to build the forward surge. Amber has a perfect surge going. But instead, Tiki has the 14 surge, 15, 16. Builds a TSD tower. The greed, but they don't have the right pieces. They send a 27 spike instead.
That's crazy.
With the 8 combo, does not take out Amber. And instead, Amber wins the point instead, getting on the board. This is now a tie game, 1-1. What time is it? 7:30. Both players waiting a little bit. Tiki building an 11 surge, putting Amber in a bit of trouble here, but Amber instead sends a TSD into a Tetris. Amber finding the second point. Tiki finding a crazy 20 spike to take the second point.
His down sack.
Wow. Tiki with a 30 spike. Wow, with a double Tetris and a double TST. Sorry, TSD. Taking a massive spike. Amber with the C-spin. Builds it into a Tetris. Into a mini T-spin. Opens up the well on the left side. They take it to build the 8, 9. They take that and send it over, but Tiki responds with the 14 surge.
Let's see our standard opener from Amber Doodle. That is an Imp Cross from Tiki. Amber breaks. And Tiki is, getting through this quite efficiently. Amber with all of that clean that Tiki sent. Tiki sends. Amber is just fine. Has a surge advantage, though not really a positional one. Yeah, well, never mind, because Tiki's position was trash, apparently. Oh, yeah. 4-3. Tiki takes the C-spin garbage. Amber sends it right back. Tiki now has a bunch of free clean. Finds the convert into the break. Amber can skim there, though it took a bit too long to find it, unfortunately. 5-3. Tiki's the fairy cannon all spins, what the heck. And Tiki ends up breaking a surge, kind of forced into it. Amber with a slight misdraw is gonna be fine. He doesn't really have anything here. Well, besides down stacking, I guess. To be fair, neither does Amber. It's a very slow game right now. Neither wants to be the one with a crap ton of cheese on their board. Amber's starting to build up here. Tiki eats that clean. He's a bit too high up to find any sort of convert. And nothing happens. Crazy. Okay, something's happening now. Amber tanks that. 18, ooh, but the misdrop T. Tiki tanks, and that is going to be a send. Amber is in an awkward position. Tiki tries and takes advantage here. Amber forced to send, but Tiki doesn't have anything. And we're gonna be able to restore his board state. Tiki finding a nice dono into a C-spin. Tiki waiting. Amber ultimately stacks and waits to cancel. Tiki finding that surge advantage here at 10 and now 11 surge. And we're not in the greatest position to defend this. If Tiki sends now, unfortunately, it only took 2 seconds for now not to be now. Oh, Tetrio. But Tiki has a follow-up. A big, fat 32 spike. Talk about a down stack. Amber finds a nice skim into TSD after the spike for the kill. Tiki wasn't in a position to downstop. Ooh, Tiki messes up that L spin. We'll slow him down a smidge. Well, looks like Amber's just playing defensively, so nothing happens with it. Amber breaks 22. All Tiki has is TSS. Oh, Tiki. Yeah. That happens. With the tank. Into a nice convert. After Amber's PC. Amber is unfortunately gonna be forced to be more defensive. Can't really tank anything. He will survive, and TK's ran out of garbage to send. But TK is still building up regardless. TK breaks for the kill, and it is just enough. TK wins the stall war. And we're being a smidge greedy here. But it works out into a 23 spike with a crappy Q on Tiki's side, tying it up again. Into a standstill for Amber. Tiki fires here. 31, still with the surge advantage. Amber just fine because Tiki did not break surge. That was going to change right now. 23 for the kill.
Tiki finding the lead into the end game here as Amber goes to SD spin into another T-spin to 2 T-spins. Tiki is kind of at an end board state while finding the 21 spike cancel as Amber builds a 11 surge, giving Tiki a bit of trouble here. Amber sent the surge, and that takes out Tiki for the 8th point to tie the game.
Yeah.
Amber going with C-spin.
Oh no.
But misdrops. Finds a way to downstack to clear up the misdrop. Sends a Tetris into a couple lines to skim. As Tiki builds the 7 surge now to 9 from a T-spin double and a Tetris into a Z-spin. Breaks it, sends 12, but that doesn't do much towards Amber. Tiki with a 15 spike from a TSD into a Tetris finds another double TSD into a Tetris, another TSD. Tiki has found so much garbage to send into a TST. More spins coming in as Amber sends the 18 surge. This has become a crazy even match of just constant garbage exchanging. As Tiki finds a way to send the kill and takes out Amber to take back the lead 9-8. Tiki with the mid-game, early mid-game, mid-board stack. Amber also finding the mid-game, mid-board at A2. Sends the TSD into a Tetris. Tiki finding a way to defend it, but also receiving clean garbage as well to a TSD into a Tetris, into a Z-spin. At a 7 surge now, into a TSD, breaks it to send a 22 surge, putting Amber in a lot of trouble here and tops out Amber. Tiki is now at match point. Tiki with the creative ways to build a back-to-back and attack, to send Amber to the top of the board to put in trouble, is a very powerful to do in this board state as they send a 30 surge spike to win the game. Tiki wins this game and goes on to losers finals, taking the game 11-8. This is now the end of the line for Amber. And the next opponent will be 5-on.
Any Gohan fans in the chat?
5-on, go on.
This is a losers finals. Whoever wins this goes on to grands.
Whoever wins this will face the all-scary Blarg.
Watch out. When you least expect it, he's gonna jump out and yell "Blarg" at you.
You've heard of the Ow stack, now hear the Blarg stack. Just Blarg with 7 A's. The 7 A's are your scream. They're still waiting for 5-on to come in. He is probably in the middle of his Osu match against Blarg right now, as I remember seeing in the streamed room chat.
Gohan 100% is playing the freaking 4th century Skyblock event right now. Get called out.
Called out playing Minecraft, like Tiki was in the custom room against Orange Juice. And 5-on is here. Had just joined the room.
Looks like we're
Getting ready
having a
for
warm-up.
Getting ready for the warm-up. Tiki's 5-on going for PC extend. Tiki finding a clean well to work with after sending a TSD, but now sends the Tetris to another TSD, breaks the back-to-back, but responds by sending 2 TSDs into a beautiful S spin. Tries to find another TSC, but 5-on responds with a 22 surge spike. Tiki finding a way to cancel out the garbage. Builds a fractal, but can only send one TSC. 5-on with a 25 spike from the 12 surge. 28 spike. Tiki sending the 13 spike, but 5-on response with a 24. Pass-throughing the garbage. Tiki trying to find a way through the garbage, but could not do it. 5-on takes the warm-up. A nice 90-second warm-up. Getting started into the main match. Tiki with TKI, 5-on with C-spin. Tiki goes into a fractal LSD, sends the 17 spike, but in response they are granted a beautiful well, as 5-on is in a bit of trouble here after getting what was sent from their attack is now being countered back with receiving it. Tiki with an insane 31 spike from TSDs and Tetrises flying over to 5-on to create that massive attack. And Tiki strikes first. Tiki starting off with TKI as 5-on goes to start with C-spin into double TSD. Tiki was off on their board for a little bit, but sends an attack, and that attack kills. Tiki takes the second point. But 5-on with the C-spin opener, but finds a floater to almost cancel it out. It finds a way to take care of the garbage. Tiki needs to find a way to take care of it, but can't do it. 5-on is now on the board 2-1. I'm not yawning like crazy. Tiki sets up a fractal and sends it over. 5-on building a great LSD, but has to break the surge. Regains his LSD, but sends the 4 surge. Tiki, now with the 7 surge, finds the L spin to keep the surge going. It's an 8-10. Breaks it at 10 to send a 22-23 spike. But 5-on is now going to respond with an 11 surge that's being built up right now. It's now at 12, 13, 14, 15. Sends it at 15, but Tiki had responded with a massive attack at 5-on, had to cancel out with his surge. But 5-on now starting to build up his surge again. Tiki built his surge. In a bit of trouble here, but is okay now. Tiki in a bit of trouble here. Can't get the right pieces in time. 5-on ties it up after setting a crazy amount of pressure and attack. Tiki starting off with TKI. That's like a tongue twister. Tiki takes AI. Tiki with a massive massive well of RNG, but misdrops the eyepiece, has to break his surge, is now in a bit of trouble here, but he is okay. Denies the surge. Is now at the bottom of their board after a massive well. That could have been very dangerous for 5-on, but had to send the surge to make sure everything will be okay. 5-on misdrops the eyepiece, and Tiki regains the lead. Tiki with the TSC tower finds the S-spin, getting the 10 surge, but has to break it, and instead takes out 5-on in the process, increasing the lead by 2. It is now 4-2 for Tiki. Five-on with the C-spin, getting the perfect RNG. Tiki with the J-spin finds another perfect situation for him as he has sent an S-spin and 2 Tetrises to build a 10 surge. 5-on is in a bit of trouble here after a couple misdrops and he can't get out of it. Perfect. Tiki expands his lead even more, 5-2. Tiki starting off with TKI. 5-on with the PCO extend. 5-on in a bit of trouble here. With the 10 surge, breaks it, sends it at 12 spike as 5-on is at the top of his board, send it to 31-33 spike, and Tiki says no, I will not take it. Instead, return it with a 14 spike. With a misdrop, 5-on is in a bit of trouble here as Tiki slowly pulls away with his lead of 6-2. On building a beautiful stack right now, sending spins like crazy. But Tiki has now built his 8 surge. 11, 12, 13. He's going crazy right now with this and sends it at 14. But 5-on counters it with the 20 spike to cancel it out. Oh, misdrops the Z piece. Tiki has some good RNG right now with the pieces and the spins to rebuild his surge back to 10. And it's now at 11, 12, 13. Sets it up for the 17 surge into the 37 spike. 5-on is now in a bit of trouble here and he can't get the right pieces in time. Tiki has taken another point. Tiki with the TKI, same with 5-on, going into a LST. 5-on with his S-spin. Both players at a pretty big surge. Tiki had to break his. But 5-on sends his at 11. 5-on is now at the bottom of his board. Tiki is slowly getting to the middle, but sends the Tetris to get back to the bottom. Is now building up for the... Oh no! He misdrops! He was building up for the fractal and then misdropped the T-piece, which costed him the round, and that misdrop was detrimental to him. 5-on with the C-spin builds up to extend for the Tetris and the TSD into the 7-8 surge and sends it. For the 27 spike, Tiki has some great garbage to deal with right now. With a perfect well. Sends the TSD and the Tetris. 5-on in a bit of trouble again. 5-on is struggling to get the right pieces on time to get out of sticky situations at the top of the board. 5-on going back to C-spin. Tiki going with TKI. Variation. As 5-on finds the clear. Puts Tiki in a bit of a rough shape at the top of the board, but finds a way to get out of it. Tiki is in trouble here after 5-on sends over a 25 spike, and 5-on breaks the lead in half. Tiki with TKI, 5-on with C-spin into another double TSC. It's sending spins like it's no tomorrow into a surge that Tiki responds with for a 19 spike to a force surge now from Tiki. Breaks it to defend. Tiki going absolutely crazy right now. He is defending this attack like it's crazy, but he doesn't have the right pieces now. 5-on is slowly crawling back from the 8-2 down score. 5-on going back to C-spin. Tiki with TKI. Slowly building on the left side to stride to send an attack on the right, but finds a TSC to another Tetris. 5-on with the combo for the 15 surge now. After Tiki misdrops the T piece, it can't get it taken care of. 5-on with the 6 point has now been down to 2 wins to come back. Tiki finds the color clear from the TKI opener. 5-on with the 6-3 build. 5-on with a 13 surge. Tiki is now at 8, 9, 10. As 5-on keeps on building to 17, 18, sends it. Tiki cancels out and has a perfect well on the right to send an attack for the 6 surge, 7 surge. As 5-on also has a 7, but Tiki with the perfect attack to send a 33 spike. 5-on cancels it. Five-on is playing great defense right now, but they missed the Z-spin, the Z-piece misdrop costed them the defense. And 5-on, nice, with the 9-6. Point differential. Tiki with a color clear into Tetris. Can't get anything going right now, as 5-on has a 13, 15 surge built up. That keeps on going. Tiki's gonna have to find a way to get rid of it, as 5-on sends it. And Tiki counters the surge, taking out 5-on in the process and putting Tiki in the lead 10-6. Tiki going with TKI into the PC. Both players cancel each other out. 5-on finds the 15 spike. I'm playing very defensive right now. Both players playing very well right now. As Tiki finds the TST. Couldn't find anything right now, so he had to break his back-to-back chain. But finds the TSS. As 5-on builds a 9 surge for the 15 spike. Tiki finds a way to get out of it while sending a Tetris and a TSD. 5-on in a bit of trouble here. Gets out of it, but will have to take care of some cheese as well. Is now at the bottom of the board, but misdrops the eyepiece. They take care of it nicely as Tiki sends the TSD into the to the Tetris. As 5-on is now going to have to deal with 11, 12 spike surge into 31 spike from a 12 spike surge. 5-on takes it nicely and is now in the middle of their board as we move into mid game. Tiki is now at 7, 8, 10. 11, 12, 13. Keeps on going. Tiki will not stop. Is now at 14. Is now in a bit of trouble here. Finds a way to continue the surge and sends a TST into the surge. Cancels out the attack from Faifan. Faifan is now finding garbage to send to Tiki. Almost put Tiki in some trouble there, but Tiki found a way out of it. Faifan finding the garbage into a fractal, waiting for this extra TP, but couldn't come in time, but still finds an attack properly. Tiki was at the top of the board, but finds a way out of it. They now have Well on their right side, is now into the middle for the 4 surge spike. Being built up into 6, sends it. 14 spike. Having a perfect Well in the middle. And Tiki takes the win. Tiki will now move on to Grand Finals, taking out 5 on 11 to 6. This will be the first top 8 match rematch. Belarg versus Tiki for Grand Finals. Tiki being very creative with their stacking to find a way to take out 5 on, who is very powerful.
That will be heading into Grand Finals. Tiki to TGT versus Blar. Tiki has requested a 5-minute break, so yeah, we'll be here for a little.
Commentator 1v1 in the process.
For real.
I mean, we could. Because I don't exactly see myself talking for 5 minutes, because I can't exactly do that after a crazy match that just played.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And plus, I think my food is almost here.
Food.
Oh yeah,
Did
no,
I haven't eaten. Well, unless you count a granola bar as eaten.
I mean, hey, it's better than nothing.
For real, for real.
Anyways, I will be back in about 2-ish minutes as I wait for my food.
Okay. Chat. Gohan, something die. Please, food, what? Yeah, IIRC Gohan is how you say meal in Japanese. Funny. What an upset by Tiki. That was crazy. I definitely wasn't expecting it. Tiki is allegedly close to having a heart attack. Crazy. It's been one heck of a Stratosphere. We haven't been in the TWC minor qualifiers for 2 whole years. Chat, it's been 2 whole years since TWC 23. I feel so old, chat. Oh, I'm so old. Remember the good old days when everything was simpler, when no lockout was hip and new, or didn't even happen yet. I don't even remember. And soon enough it'll be 27 and I'll be yapping about being even more of a boomer. No surge, for real. Opener spam. Give me my SDPC back. It's not like I even need it, but still. This break is being extended.
I'm back with my food.
Looks like we are ready. We are in fact having a warm-up. Food.
Blarg and Tiki going with TKI as Blarg finds the STSD into a T-spin triple to another S-spin to a quad for the 6th surge build-up. And then trying to get to the floater T but can't get to it. Has to send the back-to-back surge. But as Tiki sends the 12th surge, they cannot find a way to get down from the attack that Blarg has sent. Blarg has taken warm-up. Now, in order for Tiki to win, they have to win at least 22 points to win the 80 points for TWC Super Silver qualifier. Blarg starting off with a C-spin. With going into the PC, Tiki finding a way to downstack Oh, can't get to it on time, but they found a nice way to use the all spin to downstack while still building the surge as well. Blarg going with right side TKI as Tiki is going for regular TKI as Blarg was building a back-to-back fractal as Tiki builds the 11, 12, 13 surge, 14 now, sends it at 14 to cancel out the attack from Blarg. Tiki has an opportunity to build a 4-1, but they don't take it. Instead, they send it. They send the attack of Mr. off the eyepiece from the T-spin. And Blarg sends too much garbage. They cannot take care of it. Blarg strikes 2-0. Blarg with right side TKI. Same with Tiki. Possibly at LST? No. Instead, Tiki takes the double Tetris to clear up the board and to build the 10 back-to-back surge. It's just one behind from Blarg and sends it over. Blarg is also going to have to do the same to stay alive, but no, it's too much. Tiki is now on the board at 1. Blarg siding up the C-spin. Tiki has the I-spin into the TSD. To another TSD with a 4 surge. 5, 6, 7. Keeps it going to send the 21 spike from the surge break to defend. Almost has it, and they do! Tiki survives the attack from Blarg. Wow, after a crazy spike, Tiki finds a way to stay alive. As they are now at a 14, 15, 16, 17 surge. Breaks it at 19 to send a 24 spike as Blarg had the perfect RNG to clean it up and not be affected. As Blarg sends a double TSD into a Tetris, Tiki survives it and denies it, but the attack was too much and they did not have the right pieces on time to take care of it. Tiki setting up the TSD tower into the Z and S spin. Misdrops one L but has the second one to protect him. And can't get the right piece on time. Blarg is slowly dragging away with a 4-1 lead. Blarg setting up the double TKI. Tiki with the middle TSD to build a 6 surge. As Blarg has a clean 8 surge, 9, 10, 11. Tiki is going to have to find a way to defend it as Blarg sends it over now. Finds a way to defend, and it is almost not enough, but Tiki survives the surge. It finds a way to survive while at the top of their board and finds the down stack, takes it, and Blarg is now at the middle of their board, going to build up their surge now to try and send the second part of their attack. By going crazy with the all spins and Tetrises, Tiki is now going to have to find a way to defend against the second part of the attack, which is coming out with the 26 spike. And they defend, just about defend. Blarg had too much attack and takes the 5-1 lead. TKI from both players again. Tiki goes into LST as Blarg finds the middle T-spin, builds it into a TST tower, and pulls it off into the 8 surge. as Tiki also sends his 8 surge to protect him. But his well is blocked. He clears it up. Making a perfect well into Z-spin. Finds a way to take care of it, but Blarg has an 8 surge built up. Has 13 now. 14. Tiki has a great well on the left side. Blarg has to send it because his board state was not the right one for him. So he has to fix that now, and he cleaned it up nicely. Tiki with a clean board now. Blarg has a bit of cheese to take care of after an attack was sent over by Tiki. Tiki playing really well right now against Blarg. Sorry if I commentator cursed him. Blarg from the top of his board sends a 15 spike. Doesn't affect Tiki that much, but they are now at the top of the board. Blarg with an 8 surge, 9. Sends it at 9. Couldn't build it more. But builds it. But regains his surge back at 6. He sends it. Tiki defends it. And is now back at the top. Blarg is now sitting at the middle of his board. Same with Tiki. Both players are finding ways to defend the attack. As Tiki had a surge built up to protect himself from a Blarg attack. And Tiki defends that attack and counters it, bringing the lead down to 5-2. Tiki dealing with a bit of a misdrop there. He can't do anything about it. Blarg takes an early point, leading it to 6-2. Blarg with TKI into an Imperial Cross. Finding the L-spin into an 8 surge. As Tiki has a 7 surge now, sends it. As Blarg has a 12, he counters it, but sends attack in the process. Blarg and Tiki both in the middle of their boards as Blarg sent him a fractal. Sends his 11 surge, and Tiki did not have anything to defend with. Blarg takes the 7th point and is slowly dragging away. Blarg having a bit of trouble with his stack as Tiki has a clean well on his left. Sorry, on his right. That he can use to work with. As he sends a CSD and a CSS. Finding the right piece, but misdrops the eyepiece. He saves it. Sending the 9 spike for the 23 surge while Blarg is at the top, but he defends it. Finds a way to take care of it, but misdrops the Z piece in the process. Blarg finding the 21 spike as Tiki sends a 20. Doesn't do much for both players. And Tiki with a massive attack sends Blarg to the top, topping him out. Tiki is now at 3 points. Blarg with C-spin. Tiki. Tiki in a bit of trouble here after Blarg sends a massive 32 spike. And Blarg is only 3 points away. Blarg setting up the C-spin. Tiki with a in some trouble there and couldn't get the right pieces on time. Blarg is now at 9. Tiki is now in some trouble here if he wants to stay alive and possibly get the bracket reset. As Blarg just got a perfect well opening as he sends TSD after TSD. It is not enough for Tiki, and Blarg is now at match point. Blarg opening with TKI as Tiki sets up a TSD into an Leesman TSD, sending more and more, but it has to cancel his surge in order to stay alive, but sends a bit of a donation as Blarg sets up for a massive attack with a TSD into a Tetris, and that is the game. Tiki could not take it, and Blarg wins 11-3. Tiki did play a very strong tournament, but it just was not enough. I will give credit to Tiki for creating some very creative back-to-back chains to save his surge to attack to his opponent. He was playing very strong, but Blarg was still very dominant in the winner's bracket, going undefeated this tournament after facing Tiki in the first top 8 match and now in grand finals. Congratulations, Blarg, on winning Stratosphere 118.
Felicitations. Enjoy your singular HN credit. For real. And you know, just casual 80 qualifier points on the side. Okay. Before we sign off here, to do some shilling. Oh my god, I love shilling. Did you know that we're selling keychains? Wow. You too can get a keychain of Hummingbird Nest's mascot Haven for only $10. As someone who bought one, it's totes worth it. You should totally buy, for real, for real.
Where can I find this?
You can find this in the Discord, which has been posted in the chat. Whoa. Also, feel free to exclamation point and donate, because we give away $5 every tournament. You know, money has to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, and one more thing. Yes, it's Prism 3, our 3rd edition of this split ranked tournament. I don't know how to describe it in like one adjective. Crazy.
Multi-stage tournament, I'd say.
It's not really multi-state, more like multi-bracket.
Yeah, multi-bracket is easier.
Yeah.
But if you want to win platinum points, you will possibly have a chance to be in the top bracket, which needs to have at least 64 players.
Yeah.
So if you want to be in pink, which is the highest bracket, go on and register in Prism registration in the Discord, and you may have a chance to be in Prism 3. It will be a very tough tournament, and this will be a major. This tournament is on the 8th of February at 10 o'clock UTC.
That's next week.
Which is this Saturday at 5 a.m. for me.
Ooh, I love waking up at 5 a.m.
Sorry. As much as I want to play in this tournament, I cannot wake up, or I will either pull an all-nighter.
For any Americans in the chat wanting to play in this, I recommend waking up early instead of pulling an all-nighter. Trust me, you'll thank me later. Okay, that's it. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for our players for playing. And thank you, it's that guy, for commentating today.
Thank you for having me. It was a lot of fun and very hectic.
For real. And thank you for everyone who staffed today. That would be Dingo, mainly, and Sketchy, and Snowman, I believe. And yeah, that's gonna be it from us. Okay, this is... we have a raid in mind. Let me just see if it's a thing. Like,
Yeah,
if they're live. Are they live?
it's the CTL.
Yeah, let me check.
UBC Esports 2.
Uh, they're live, right?
They should be.
I don't see them live. Alright. UBC Esports 2.
I have them open. Yeah, they're
Yes,
live.
they are. Why are they not in the Tetrio category? Bro. This is not okie dokie. SMH, you're missing out on all the people who browse Tetrio in Twitch.
Okay, I'm sending it.
Okay. And this is so sad,
Just not
chat.
send.
The raid messages, why aren't you in the Tetrio category, SMH? I'm joking.
Okay, I don't know if the raid message has sent.
Oh,
I can't
can you not?
tell.
Here, I can.
I probably can't.
I don't know why it's like that. I feel
Oh, okay.
like every moderator should be able to have raid perms. You're not the only staff who's Twitch mod who said they couldn't raid. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like that over on Taz too. It's weird.
It's weird. Yeah. We'll see you in the next silver qualifier, being Radiant. And yeah, bye-bye.
Raid message.